Hi guys, it's me Chazza HD and welcome to qualifying day at the Circuit of Americas in Austin, Texas for, of course, the 2022 United States Grand Prix weekend. I hope all you guys watching are doing well ahead of what's going to be definitely a much more exciting day than we had yesterday for Friday practice 1 and practice 2. And obviously I covered both on the channel and did watch-alongs for them. And yeah, they were probably the two most boring practice sessions we've had in a long time, I have to say. But thankfully today, it'll be, proper running out there on the circuit. And of course, later on in a few hours' time, we'll get to qualifying. But in just under 14 minutes' time, practice 3 will begin at COTA. And this will be the first session of the weekend that we're actually going to find out what the genuine pace is of the certain teams and drivers. So yeah, be interesting to see how things play out over the course of the hour-long session. And yeah, hopefully we get some exciting storylines developing going into qualifying itself. Qualifying, if you're wondering, begins in 3 hours and 15 minutes from now. And yeah, should be a good session later. But yeah, firstly, practice 3, and we'll get to that soon. Just want to say quickly, I hope you're all doing well. Everyone obviously watching, and no matter what time it is in your part of the world or where you're from, I hope you're all having as best a day as possible ahead of qualifying day here in America. Now, before we get into my thoughts going into practice 3 of what we're going to see here and what I expect to see, let's get into the results of practice 1 and practice 2, because I realised that maybe quite a few people wouldn't have actually seen what happened yesterday. Let me get into the results of those sessions, just so you guys know what happened. So, Carlos Sainz ended up quickest in practice 1 with Max Verstappen in 2nd. Lewis Hamilton was 3rd with Stroll 4th, Perez 5th, and then Alonso 6th, Russell 7th, Gasly 8th, Norris 9th, and Sebastian Vettel in P10. And then the rest of the order was Ocon, Zhou, Alban, Tsunoda, Schumacher, and then Schwartzman, Hello, I think is how you pronounce it, with Alex there in the McLaren in 17th, and then 18th was Teo Porcher in the Alfa Romeo. Logan Sargent was 19th in the Williams. By the way, Logan Sargent has been confirmed to be driving for Williams next year, as long as he acquires the super license points, which as long as he finishes once the F2 season finishes in Abu Dhabi, as long as he finishes in the top 5 of the championship, he will be able to, race in Formula 1 and have the points necessary. So just to let you guys know about that. And Antonio Giovinazzi ended up last after having a crash early on in practice 1. Then in practice 2, which was really all about tyre testing for 2023. It was a massive waste of time, but Charles Leclerc ended up quickest from Valtteri Bottas 2nd. Daniel Ricardo ended up 3rd, and then everyone outside of the top 3 did their best times on the Pirelli test tyre, which was Carlos Sainz in 4th, and then Schumacher 5th, Norris 6th, Verstappen in 7th, Hamilton 8th, Gasly 9th, and Perez 10th. And then the rest of the order, Magnussen, Tsunoda, Russell, Zhou, Stroll, Ocon, Alonso, Alban. If I just scroll down, Alban, Vettel, and Latifi completing the rest of the field there. But yeah, practice 2 was, even though the conditions are the same, are similar to what we're going to see today in qualifying, the, what happened in practice 2 will be totally irrelevant to what is actually going to happen. So, in terms of looking at practice sessions and, what they could indicate for qualifying, this practice session coming up in 10 minutes' time is the only session of the weekend that I really think we can look at going into qualifying that could indicate as to, where certain teams are placed in terms of pace. So, yeah, it's going to be very interesting to find out once they, properly start doing some much quicker times. And I know, a 1:36.8 isn't, it's not the worst lap time in the world that Leclerc did. And I think Carlos Sainz did about the same lap time yesterday in practice 1. But given that pole position last year was a 1:32.9, yes, these cars are slower than last year's cars, but they're not that much slower. So I think we will see the lap times improving by at least a couple seconds throughout the entire field, and hopefully we do see that. And I'll just hold on, scroll these pictures up. You guys can see the cars there, and these will be the pictures you'll be seeing on your screen during the practice 3 watch along and qualifying watch along later. And thankfully you guys can actually look at the cars from the circuit this weekend rather than yesterday where I had pictures from the last Grand Prix in Japan. But there has been a couple things going on today at the Circuit of America's track. Firstly, like I said, Logan Sargent confirmed for Williams in 2023, and we have had the team principals press conference, and Christian Horner had quite a lot to say in his press conference, and he was actually seated alongside Zak Brown for his press conference. And obviously Zak Brown accused Red Bull of cheating in his letter that he wrote to the FIA. So yeah, good positioning there by the FOM to get them to sat next to each other in the same press conference. But Christian had a lot to say in his press conference. We're not really going to get massively into it today or even tomorrow. What I have decided to do, guys, is on Monday, where I did say coming into this weekend, if there's enough news or enough stuff from the Grand Prix in general, I will do a stream on Monday to cover that. What I've decided to do, because there's been so much updates in regards to this cost cap situation, on Monday at 6 PM UK time, I am going to dedicate that stream mostly to, the updates to this whole saga, I guess you could say. And we'll go through, everything that's happened this weekend in regards to the Red Bull cost cap situation. So if you want to check out, what's happened and my thoughts on it, then yeah, you're going to have to wait until Monday and the reason I'm holding off on it is because there is quite a lot to go through and I just haven't got the time today or tomorrow, given obviously we've got qualifying today and the race tomorrow, to really do it justice and go through it properly. So yeah, Monday night, 6 PM UK time, I'll go through it and update you guys fully as to what is going on with this saga. One thing that, a couple things I can tell you that happened in the press conference earlier is Christian Horner was resolute in saying that, Red Bull have done nothing wrong and that, Red Bull and the FIA are still negotiating as to, what the punishment will be, should be, whatever you want to call it. But also, he said that Zak Brown's comments were, absolutely wrong and said that it has hurt the mental health of some of their employees. And he even said something that, I'm going to be honest, I don't believe for a second. He said that the kids of certain employees have been bullied on the playground because of this. I don't believe that for a second. I just don't believe that being possible. Unless they are kids in their, coming to the end of, school, say 13 to 16 years old. I just don't believe there are kids, 9, 10-year-old who actually understand the situation at all. And, actually even care about this. So I don't believe that for a second, that the kids of their employees are being bullied because of this, because I just don't see how that would be the case, because I don't see how most kids, even, between the ages of 13 and 16, would be interested in something like that, to be honest. So, yeah, I just don't see how that's possible. And I don't think that Mr. Horner has a great reputation at the moment of telling the truth. We have to remember back in Singapore, he said categorically Red Bull have not broken the budget cap for 2021. And then obviously the FIA said that they have. And as far as we know, at the moment, they have. Because that's what the FIA, the governing body of Formula One, have said. So, yeah, I don't believe everything Horner was saying in the press conference earlier, to be honest. I mean, I could definitely imagine that it has affected the mental health of their employees with, these accusations being thrown at them. But, if it does turn out that they have legitimately cheated, then, yeah, it's not great, but you've put them in that position by breaking the rules at the end of the day. And I'm not saying it justifies, bullying or, having mental health problems or anything like that. But, if Red Bull, and we still are yet to find out exactly, how much they overspent by and what it went on and all of the, proper details, if it turns out Red Bull did legitimately break the rules in a way to make their car faster, either for last year or this year or even next year, no matter, then at the end of the day, they have to take full responsibility for that. So, yeah, but like I said, we will get properly into all of this on Monday, because I want to properly do, like an hour and a half, 2 hours on it on Monday with you guys. But, yeah, practice 3 is about to begin in, 2 or 3 minutes time? And we'll see what happens when this session gets going. Hopefully cars piling onto track and, what do you call it? Yeah, piling onto track and actually getting in some proper quick lap times. And one thing that is going around on social media at the minute is fans at the is it fan zone area at the Circuit of Americas that I think every Grand Prix venue has, where all of the drivers, team by team will come out and say hello to the fans and, wave to them, maybe sign some stuff for them. The Red Bull drivers went out, I think, an hour or so ago and got booed by quite a few people, and quite a few people shouting repeatedly cheaters at them, which, I mean, I understand the frustration, but they are not the one that have broken the rules. So if you're going to do that, you may as well do it to Christian Horner or Helmut Marko rather than Verstappen and Perez, because they've done literally nothing wrong. But, yeah. As they've, on the F1 broadcast, cut to the track, and there's a bit more cloud cover around today. It's not as clear the skies as it was. It will probably clear a bit more when we get to qualifying. It is 28 degrees air temperature. The wind speed is quite bad. 28.5 kilometers an hour, the wind speed. We saw how it was an issue for a couple drivers yesterday. And track temperature 39 degrees Celsius. Quite a low humidity of 44%. So, yeah, it's nice weather. It's, objectively high temperatures, but quite a bit of wind, and it's not the easiest conditions out there. So we'll see how the drivers get on. But one thing I am going to do is get all of my graphics ready for the session beginning. Get things in place. And FP3 will be as normal. It won't be an hour and a half, sorry, an hour and a half long like practice 2 was, because we're not having, thankfully, any boring tyre testing in this session. As Lewis Hamilton just walking into the Mercedes garage. And Max Verstappen, interestingly, already sat and ready in his Red Bull car. And I will sync up the timer to start the session at the 59-minute mark. And yeah, hopefully we get people piling onto track and actually doing some quick lap times out there. Another thing to update you in regards to upgrades. Mercedes, you may have heard me say earlier this weekend, have brought a front wing upgrade. They've had to alter the design of it to comply with the regulations because the FIA complained about it. And I don't actually think Mercedes are using it at all this weekend, which is very weird why they would bring a front wing they're not going to use. But there you go. And the new floor for Alpine that I was talking about, that is only for Esteban Ocon this weekend, has been fitted. So we will see what his pace is like in this session and qualifying later. I'm very curious to see what pace the Alpine has. Obviously, with the new floor they brought to Singapore, their pace is definitely improved, and with a slightly improved area, a new area of the floor coming in for this weekend, you'd think it'd give Alpine a slight bit extra bit of pace as the session has started. And we've got, I think, a couple cars on track. And on the TV broadcast, we're currently just looking at Charles Leclerc in the Ferrari. And yes, Sebastian Vettel in the Aston Martin. And his teammate Lance Stroll. I think one of the first two cars on track. Oh no, there's some other cars as well. I think the two Alfa Romeos as well, of Bottas and Zhou. As Charles Leclerc has been released from his garage and he'll be back out. Well, not back out, but he'll be on track in a sec. And I'll get the timer on screen for you guys in 3, 2, 1. And there you go. 59 minutes to go in practice 3. And we're just looking at the GOAT on the TV broadcast briefly. Nicholas Latifi, ready to get into his Williams car. Yuki Tsunoda's car doesn't look like it's going anywhere anytime soon. A lot of work going on to the floor area of his AlphaTauri. And just so you guys know, in regards to engine penalties for this weekend, because I have talked about it a bit, the confirmed ones are Perez and Zhou are taking new ICE. So both Sergio Perez in the Red Bull and Zhou Guanyu in the Alfa Romeo will have a 5-place grid penalty for tomorrow's race. But also, I'm not sure if it's been confirmed officially, but Charles Leclerc and Fernando Alonso are supposedly taking grid penalties as well. So just need to see if that's been confirmed yet, because it was rumoured last night. And obviously with Leclerc, it's been rumoured for a few days. And no, nothing as of yet, unfortunately. But I'll let you guys know, and if anything does happen in regards to that. Lance Stroll, interestingly, has come back into the pits. Zhou and Bottas and Vettel, though, have continued on to do a flying lap. And Sergio Perez here is going to do a flying lap as well, which is good to see. And Perez on the soft compound tyre now comes up to turn 1, heading up towards that big-ass American flag. And yeah, we'll see what the lap times are like initially. The quickest lap times from yesterday by the Ferraris were I think 1:36.8. So I would expect them to go a bit quicker than that, even initially, to be honest. Sergio Perez has already completed the first sector, as he now heads into turn 11. Runs quite wide compared to, obviously, where the apex is. At turn 11, though, that hairpin before the back straight, you don't necessarily have to hit the apex at that corner. It's really about just carrying the speed, as much speed as you can through the corner, and getting a clean exit rather than just nailing the apex. As Charles Leclerc has done a purple first sector. As Perez comes into turn 13, is that? No, that's turn 15 or 16, I think that was. As he's now coming up to the final two corners is Sergio Perez. As Carlos Sainz goes quickest on a 1:38.5 on the medium compound tyres. Sergio Perez now goes quickest on a 1:37.6. Charles Leclerc, though, is about to come to the line and I think go quickest as he comes into the final two corners now. And a decent run through those final two corners. And yep, he does go quickest by a 1/10.5 over Sergio Perez. So it's Leclerc first from Perez, Sainz, and then Bottas fourth, and Zhou Guanyu in fifth. And we've got Vettel, Stroll, Gasly, Russell, Magnussen, Schumacher, and Ocon currently on an outlap. So good to see. Plenty of drivers out there. And already we're only, 0.6 of a second away from the best time from yesterday. With Leclerc has some tape going on to Alonso's car for some reason around the floor area as he awaits to get out on track. A shame if he is indeed taking a penalty for this Grand Prix, but it is due, unfortunately, as the Mercedes of Russell there understeering almost completely off the track on the exit of turn 1 due to the wind, and he now backs off on this lap. Yeah, it's unfortunately for Alonso due to those two engine problems, failures, whatever you want to call them, that he had at Monza and then Singapore. And you never know, it could be costly for Alpine. Definitely with Alonso, who is normally the stronger Alpine driver, it does give McLaren an advantage this weekend. As Max Verstappen now sets his first time of the day and goes second, 0.06 of a second slower than Charles Leclerc. As Sebastian Vettel comes back into the pits, and so does Lance Stroll. So they must be just doing some installation laps or something. And just trying to see if there's any news I can bring you quickly on Twitter. And no, nothing at the moment. As there's a Haas there of Mick Schumacher going very slowly down the pit straight as a plastic bag is on the pit straight as well. And not sure if this is a problem for Schumacher. It must be a problem because I don't know why he'd be going that slowly. Will he pull off at the exit of the pit lane? No, he's just slowly touring towards turn 1. Maybe just letting cars through, I'm not sure. But he, of course, is hoping for a good day. And so the team, home Grand Prix for them. He looked decent in practice 1, did Haas, but again, because we didn't get much representative running yesterday, and yeah, Schumacher's definitely got a problem with his car. And he's took to the escape road at turn 3-4. And unfortunately, his problem developed right after he passed the pit entry. So he's going to have to tour back for the next couple minutes. And let's see what's happened here. So yeah, pit entry on his left, coming into the final corner. And then he's gone to get on the power, and the car's just not gone. Not stopped, thankfully. So at least, we're not going to have the session red flagged or anything, which would be annoying. As Carlos Sainz further improves his best lap so far, as Esteban Ocon goes 5th for Alpine, with Bottas 6th, Zhou 7th, and then you've got Magnussen up in 8th. We're looking at Valtteri Bottas on a new flying lap. And Valtteri completed the first sector. And the last driver who's set a lap is Russell in 9th, but it was 34 seconds off the pace. So I'm sure he'll be going quicker, and he does actually go quick. He goes up to P6, does Russell. As Bottas on the back straight, now coming into turn 12. And yeah, the Alfa Romeo, like I said yesterday, in the sunlight is a beautiful car. It was, at the start of the season, a good car. But now, with the lack of development, it's fallen off quite a bit as they desperately try to hang on for 6th in the championship. As Bottas comes into the infamous turn 19, where years ago people used to track extend there for fun. And into the final corner of turn 20. Bottas improves his lap time but stays in P7. We've got two, I was going to say the two McLarens on an outlap. No, we've got Norris and Hamilton on an outlap currently. Max Verstappen also on an outlap, and he's just finished it, so maybe he's, I'm assuming he's just started a new lap. Fernando Alonso now joins the circuit on an outlap. We're looking at Alex Alban currently, who's still in the pits. And we're looking at here a Ferrari of Charles Leclerc, who's on another timed run. As Max Verstappen does a purple first sector, about 1/4 of a second quicker than Leclerc, which is impressive. As Perez goes quickest by 1/10 of a second over Charles Leclerc. The Red Bull starting to turn it up. As Leclerc is just heading down into turn 12. And we'll see with his middle sector whether he's actually improving on his lap. And he is, but not sure if he will go back to P1 with this particular effort. Max Verstappen, though, surely is about to go P1. He's 4.5 tenths quicker than Perez, who is currently quickest. As here comes Leclerc into the final couple corners. Gotta say the Ferrari doesn't look too great with the wind, from what I've seen so far. And Leclerc comes to the line, does actually go quickest by 1/4 of a second, but Max Verstappen surely will smash that, and he does. He goes almost 4/10 of a second quicker onto a 1:36.7, which I think is just about the quickest time we've seen this weekend. So, yeah, Verstappen, Leclerc, Perez, Sainz, Ocon, Russell, Bottas, Zhou, Magnussen, your top 9. And those are the only 9 times we've had in this session. As Carlos Sainz and Kevin Magnussen, just to update you guys, are on outlaps. Hopefully Sainz is on a set of soft tyres. Lewis Hamilton, Fernando Alonso and Lando Norris are currently on a flying lap, I'm led to believe. As Mick Schumacher now back in the garage. As Lando Norris goes up to 8th for McLaren. And Lewis Hamilton now goes 5th. For the Mercedes team. Be interesting to see once they properly start doing, much quicker runs towards the end of this session, how quick Mercedes are, because, from my point of view, I don't think they will have the pace to compete with Ferrari and Red Bull, but I think there is a chance that I could be wrong, because there are certain parts of this circuit that, I think do suit the Mercedes car more so than not. So, yeah, it'd be interesting to see how quick they are. Or maybe how slow they are. Obviously, last weekend, or not last weekend, but the last Grand Prix weekend in Japan, they were probably in the drive, probably the 4th quickest team, even behind Alpine. As Alonso now heads into the final corner. And where does Fernando go? Where does he go with his first timed run? He goes up to P4, does Alonso. And Kevin Magnussen is about to cross the line, and he goes up to 11th, which I'll just put up ahead of the show there. As Esteban Ocon is on an improved run. Carlos Sainz also on an improved run on the medium compound tyres. Carlos has done a purple first sector on those mediums. He's now a 10.5 down on Verstappen after the first 2 sectors. So decent run here for Carlos as Ocon comes through the final corner and goes P5. So 4th and 5th for Alpine as Sainz now comes into the final couple corners, understeers into the penultimate corner, and final corner, rear end dancing a bit, but comes to the line and goes up to 2nd, 0.2 of a second slower than Verstappen. And we've got, 12 times now on the board. Just waiting for Vettel, Stroll, Gasly, Schumacher, Alban, Ricardo, Latifi, and Tsunoda. Schumacher, though, as we saw, has some sort of problem. Tsunoda also work going on to his car for some reason. And we're now looking at Alex Alban, who is starting his first timed run of the day. We're not expecting Williams to be quick here because this circuit, you do need quite a lot of grip, front end and rear end. It's not limited to just one type of, one part of the car where you need the downforce to work. And obviously we know the Williams doesn't have a lot of downforce. As Alban does a decent first sector, I guess. 3.5 tenths slower than Verstappen. And now comes into the hairpin of turn 11. To be honest, looking at the calendar, I think really the Sao Paulo Grand Prix in Brazil is the only Grand Prix remaining where Williams could get anything points-wise out of the rest of the season. Because Mexico, I don't think we'll see them that quick there. Then again, shorter lap around there, so they'll be closer to the higher up teams in the grid or on the grid, but I don't think we'll see Williams be that quick in Mexico. But Brazil, because it is a power circuit, and again the lap times are shorter there, meaning that the grid is a lot closer as Lance Stroll goes up to P7. I think there's a decent chance there of success for Williams. But yeah, this weekend I don't think there is a decent chance of success as Lance Stroll is up to P7. Where does Alex Albon go? He goes up to P12 in the Williams, which is just ahead of Magnussen and Zhou Guanyu. As George Russell, Mr. Saturday of course, goes up to 8th ahead of Lewis Hamilton. And Daniel Ricciardo now goes up to 13th. And we've got Vettel and Latifi on a flying lap. Yuki Tsunoda, by the way, is out on track. Sebastian Vettel goes 9th for Aston Martin. Of course, Sebastian's last Grand Prix in America, where it all started, not at this circuit, but in this country. Obviously, his first Grand Prix was for BMW Sauber at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, where he finished 8th in a brilliant debut drive, as he was filling in for Robert Kubica, who had that terrifying crash in Canada a week before, as Charles Leclerc is on another flying lap, and going quicker, but not really going quick enough to go P1. He's a couple tenths of a second away from Max Verstappen so far on this lap after the first 2 sectors. And yeah, we'll see where he goes. He'll probably go at best up to second, but there's probably a chance he'll stay in third as Leclerc comes into the final corner and to the line, and he does go second. Very good final sector, which we have seen so far today. The Ferrari, very good in the final sector. Not really surprised. That final sector should be their quickest sector, looking at the corners that are in that sector. But yeah, was second with that lap. 600ths of a second slower than Verstappen. Nicholas Latifi now up to 17th. So just waiting on Gasly, Tsunoda, Schumacher. Tsunoda is on an outlap still. Here's a replay of Fernando Alonso into turn 13. Unlucky for some. A bit unlucky there for Fernando as, oh dear, on the exit, the rear end kicked out about 3 or 4 times. That's got to be the wind playing a factor there. Again, 28 kilometers an hour wind speed currently. Yeah, some major kicks at the rear end. Thankfully kept it on the island as they cut to Aston Martin and obviously Brad Pitt, who's at the Grand Prix this weekend. And the reason he's at the Grand Prix this weekend, not just to watch the Formula 1 cars, but he is doing a Formula 1 film, which they're actually filming next year. And I saw someone on Twitter a few minutes ago say that they will be doing a lot of filming towards the second half of next season. So, yeah, you might see Brad Pitt at quite a few Grand Prix in 2023. And just saying, a new ICE and turbo has been confirmed for Charles Leclerc and Fernando Alonso. So, let me just see how many places they'll be dropping on the grid exactly. Because I'll be honest, I am myself, even though I follow Formula 1 intensely, even myself, I'm unsure as to the amount of places on the grid you have to drop for a new power unit element. Let me just try and search on Twitter quickly. By the way, Sky F1 have gone to an ad break, so I can't tell you anything about what's going on right now at the circuit. Right, so Leclerc will take at least a 10-place grid penalty so far, but we think he might be taking even more new parts, which would lead to a back of the grid start for Leclerc. Just trying to see and confirm that Alonso has taken on the same things. No, Alonso's just taken on a new ICE. So Alonso, at the minute, has only a 5-place penalty, just like Perez has and Zhou Guanyu has. But, yeah, we knew it was coming with Leclerc. We'll see whether he has to start at the back of the field. If he does, I mean, to be honest, he's already got a 10-place penalty. But, yeah, I think, you know, maybe in qualifying today, we might get Ferrari end up finishing in first. But I don't think they'll be starting first, because I think realistically the only driver that can get pole position here for Ferrari is Leclerc. But yeah, I don't see how Ferrari are going to beat Red Bull tomorrow. Even if they've got good pace, their grid position just won't be good enough with both drivers. Even with Perez also taking a penalty, I just don't see, you know, Carlos Sainz beating Max Verstappen at the United States Grand Prix. As if you look at this season, it's been quite rare that Carlos has beaten on merit Verstappen or Leclerc in a Grand Prix. I think you'd have to go back to, obviously, Silverstone, where he won. even though there were definitely factors that helped him quite a lot. Leclerc not being pitted for that final safety car, and Verstappen's problem, the damage he had. Monaco finished ahead of both of them, but Leclerc, his teammate, was screwed over quite a bit. But it's not a common thing, Carlos Sainz being, right up there this season. And they've come back. Have they come back from the ad break? Well, they have come back from the ad break, but they're not showing what's currently going on. They're showing something that happened 2 or 3 minutes ago with Ricardo on team radio. So, not sure what that's about. As they cut live now. And I can tell you that we have a new top 10. It is Verstappen, Leclerc, Sainz, Perez, Alonso, and then Vettel. Sorry. Vettel up in 6th as Lewis Hamilton's on a new flying lap. And then, Ocon 7th, Stroll 8th, Russell 9th, Hamilton 10th. Bottas is 11th. With Tsunoda now in 12th. Sorry, with Norris 13th, Alban 14th, Ricardo 15th, and then Latifi in 16th place, Magnussen 17th, Joe 18th, and then Gasly in the AlphaTauri is currently on a flying lap, his first flying lap of the day, and Mick Schumacher is still in the pits with whatever problem he has on his car. Lewis Hamilton on a good lap so far. He's only slightly slower than Verstappen's gone after the first 2 sectors. As Hamilton now comes into that final couple corners. Perez is on a new flying lap and he's done a purple middle sector. And he's currently a 10th up on Verstappen. And Hamilton comes to the line and goes quickest for Mercedes by a couple hundredths of a second, which is surprising. As Gasly goes up to 11th in the AlphaTauri. Decent first run there for Pierre. Here comes Sergio Perez, who now goes quickest by a 10th of a second. Red Bull were knocked off top, but not for long. And it's now 1st and 3rd for Red Bull. Still, though, the lap times are not very quick to me. We're, in the mid 136s, pretty much. I thought they'd be going a lot quicker than this, to be honest. Unless the wind is having that much of an effect that they just can't push as hard as they, ideally would want to. But, they seem very slow at the minute. So we still do have 32.5 minutes to go in practice 3. So there's plenty of time to improve. As on the broadcast, we're looking at a Ferrari of Carlos Sainz. Don't know if he's on a flying lap or not. Don't think so. No, he appears to be on a lap, but doesn't look to be a fast one. He's still on the medium compound tyres, to be fair. So, he's probably just doing a heavier fueled run to see what the medium tyres are like. To see, what they could be like for the race on Sunday. And his teammate Charles Leclerc is currently in the pits. And we're now looking at Max Verstappen, are we? Or is it Sergio Perez here, who's just coming through? Turned 13, 14, and 15, I think it is. I'm not sure who it is. Verstappen and Perez don't have, massively different helmets. So it is hard to tell. As Alex Alban is on a new flying lap that we're now looking at. Let's see what his first sector time is like. And it's not an improvement on what he's done so far. As he continues on. But it is that first sector about as quick as he went before. So it's not a slow first sector by any means from Alban. As Alban now comes into turn 12. And Williams' car looks okay, but nothing special. As, yeah, it's not done a personal best middle sector. Either has Alex. And we've got, by the looks of it, about half the cars in the pits, or maybe just over half the cars in the pits, as we're now halfway through practice 3. Just want to say quickly, don't forget to join me tomorrow for my content covering the Grand Prix race day at the Circuit of Americas. And if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because yeah, tomorrow I'll be going live at 6 PM UK time for the race preview, and then at 7:30 PM UK time I'll be going live, or I'll still be live. I'll be then doing the race watch along, which will be lasting until 10 PM UK time. The race starts, remember, at 8 PM UK time, which is go back half an hour from now, and that's what time the race starts tomorrow, if that makes any sense. And then for an hour after the race finishes, I'll be reacting with you guys to the events of the US Grand Prix. So make sure to join me for that tomorrow. And again, if you're new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. And for everyone watching right now, don't forget to smash that like button to help the channel grow. And just so everyone knows, yeah, today, obviously, continuous stream all the way until, 30 minutes, 45 minutes after qualifying, which is, quite a while from now, about 4 hours from now. And then, obviously, tomorrow will be a continuous stream as well. Just saying that because, obviously, practice 1 and practice 2, I had to split it up because I had to change some things around after practice 1. So that's why I had to do that. But, yeah, no worries about today and tomorrow. It'll just be continuous as normal, as Sebastian Vettel comes back into the pits. Aston Martin looking pretty quick. They were looking pretty quick in practice 1 as well. I'm not sure whether this is because the teams just aren't really pushing that hard yet, or maybe it is Aston Martin having a car that's a bit better than expected. I mean, I thought they'd be decent around this track, but I didn't think they'd be this good. Both cars in the top 10 in practice 3 so far. But yeah, looking decent for them at the moment. As here is Lando Norris. Nope, it's Daniel Ricardo on a flying lap on the soft tyres. And let's see if he goes, quite a bit quicker as he flies through that first sector and does not improve on his personal best first sector, but it wasn't too far away from his personal best, as he now exits where Sebastian Vettel ripped his suspension apart in 2019 and heads now into turn 11 and now enters the part of the circuit where the McLaren car is at its worst because of the very long back straight. McLaren still have a pretty draggy car. As Ricardo braking hard now into turn 12. And his middle sector is not that great, as Pierre Gasly, I think, further improves his best lap so far. Yuki Tsunoda, I see, is up to P12 in the AlphaTauri. Alex Alban is up to 14th, pushing McLaren 15th and 16th now. And yeah, the only driver we're waiting on to set a lap time is Mick Schumacher, as Daniel Ricciardo comes to the line and ends up 14th. McLaren not really going for it yet. And I'm just going to quickly look on Twitter to see if there's any news I can bring you guys. And yeah, just seeing further confirmation that Leclerc has a 10th place penalty for tomorrow. for a new ICE and turbo, and that Alonso has a 5-place penalty for a new ICE. So Alonso, Zhou, and Perez, just so you know, have a 5-place penalty for tomorrow. Leclerc has a 10-place penalty. So the best position he'll be starting from at the minute is P11 for tomorrow's race. Perez will probably start the race in what? 8th, 9th, something like that. And then for Zhou, he'll probably start at the back. No disrespect to him. And then Alonso will probably start the race 13th or something like that. 13th, 14th. Maybe 12th at best. As talking of Fernando, currently in P6. And he's on a new flying lap in the Alpine that's getting better all the time. And he's done an okay first sector. It's not a personal best, though. The track not really giving up much grip. And he oversteers slightly there on the exit of turn 9. And now heads into turn 11. And yeah, the track at the minute does look pretty hard to drive with the wind factor. So that's definitely, I think, behind the slower than expected, at least for me, lap times here. As Alonso, yeah, this is quite a bit slower lap from Fernando. And yeah, understeering quite bad there through turn 15, I think it was. And he continues on this lap that I don't think he is going to improve on as he understeers again into turn 19. And then into the final corner. Looks okay enough. Oh, well, not then, as he oversteers massively on the final corner. And yeah, much slower lap time there for Fernando. About a second slower than he went before with his personal best. But yeah, with Alpine, they've improved a lot this season, because at the start of the season they looked to be what, maybe 5th, 6th quickest at best. But really, since when? I don't know. Since Canada, which was like mid-season, they've been at worst the 5th quickest team. And many Grand Prix weekends, they've been the best of the rest out of the midfield. And we saw, obviously, 2 weeks ago in Japan, they were even quicker than Mercedes. So, good progression this season for Alpine. I wonder how it will lead on to next season. Obviously, they'll lose Fernando Alonso and gain Pierre Gasly. Which, no disrespect to Pierre, but it's not really a gain, because Alonso is much better than Gasly. But it'd be interesting to see if Alpine in the winter can make a further step forward. As, maybe not next year, but definitely 2024, 2025, the cost cap and the sliding scale of aero testing, which means, you know, the lower down of the championship you finish, the more wind tunnel time you have access to, compared, you know, to the top teams. Should start to have its effects soon, so maybe we'll see Alpine and McLaren start to get their way up to the top, or near the top, very soon. As, George Russell, a massive tank slap on the exit of turn 1. That was a piece of rally driving from Russell, and he's had to back off on this lap. Not just today, though. Yesterday, the Mercedes car looked very problematic on the exit of that corner. Was losing the rear end a lot on the exit of turn 1, which I think is not just the wind, but I think it's possibly the bumps as well. Which we know the Mercedes car doesn't like the bumps too well. And yeah, he didn't really hit the apex at all of turn 1, and then just had a massive tank slapper. And then had to back off on his lap, because obviously he wasn't going to improve. By the way, hello to McLaren F1 Racing. Hello to everybody else in the chat who's currently watching. Good to see you all. And just trying to see if there's any news on Twitter I can bring you guys, because Sky F1 have gone to another ad break as we're only 20 minutes away now from the end of the session. Flying by. And no, can't see anything. Love Gorilla God, what time is Quali? Quali is in 2 hours and 20 minutes from now. And yeah, Horner has spoken. Like I said, though, on Monday night, I will get into properly what's happened this weekend, all of the comments and everything, in my stream covering it all at 6 p.m. UK time on Monday. And I'll give you guys basically an in-depth review, I guess, of all the events of the weekend. Triban says, I still don't understand why Malaysia, when they had a Grand Prix, they had champagne on the podium, even though they are a Muslim majority country, same as Turkey. To be honest, I'm not really educated in that whole, thing. So, yeah, best I don't say anything. Let's see if there's anything on Twitter quick. No, I don't think there is. Oh, actually, there is. One thing I can bring you guys in terms of news. The problem with Mick Schumacher's car, it's an ERS water pump issue. They tweeted that 30 minutes ago, so that might keep him in the garage, unfortunately, until the end of the session. Which is a shame, because obviously you want to get some good running in, some confidence going ahead of qualifying. Saying that, Haas F1 don't really look to be that quick, so I don't think they're going to be missing out on anything too drastic. It would be good, though, if Mick Schumacher could notch another good result over his teammate Magnussen, because I think Schumacher, did he out-qualify Magnussen in Japan? I think he did. And I thought he had a good weekend at Suzuka. The problem is, his team went for a absolutely mental strategy that was never going to work. Keeping him out on track on the wet tyres, hoping that it would rain again, I'm guessing. I don't even know exactly what their plan was, to be honest. And yeah, Mick out-qualified Magnussen, I'm pretty sure. And I thought did the best he could, really, with what was a pretty bad Haas car that weekend. And is currently Mick under pressure for his seat for 2023. It's, by the looks of it, a shootout between Schumacher and Hülkenberg for the second Haas seat. From what I've seen comments-wise of, was it Gunther Steiner and Gene Haas, looks as though they might be favouring Hülkenberg for that seat, which, again, I would be disappointed by, as they've come back from the ad break now, and I can tell you that Russell is up to 6th place. Yeah, I'd be disappointed by that, because even though, yeah, Hülkenberg, is he good enough to be on the grid? Yes, of course he is, but I don't see what else there is to see with Hülkenberg. We know what he is. He's a good midfield driver, that's it, really. As Lewis Hamilton on a new flying lap, and he's done a purple first sector. 10th and a half quicker than Perez. Interesting. As the two Ferraris and the two Red Bulls are in the pits. And other changes to the running order. You got Alex Alban in P12. And I think that's it. Yeah, it is. Let's see what Hamilton does for the middle sector. It's a yellow middle sector, meaning that he's not improved on his personal best. So this might not put him any quicker than Perez, as the car moving around a lot through that series of corners from turn 12 to turn 15. I think due to the wind and moving around a lot on the exit turn 18, and yeah, the wind definitely having an effect. And the Mercedes of Hamilton massively losing the rear end on the exit of the penultimate corner, just like he did yesterday. And that Mercedes car, it seems to be decently quick, but it does seem to be on the edge of absolute disaster. And here's a replay into the penultimate corner and ran wide slightly and then, yeah, lost the rear end. Doesn't seem very stable, or at least consistently stable. But when it is stable, doesn't seem to be too slow. As now we look at Valtteri Bottas, who they point out on the broadcast correctly, won this Grand Prix in 2019 from pole position. And that weekend, he was on another level, really, compared to what we normally would see with the Finn. As Bottas now comes into the final corner and begins a new flying lap. He's currently down in 14th, so let's see if he can improve. Thinking of Bottas, so in 2019. 2019 was probably the peak of Bottas's career. He had many performances that season where he was, yeah, really, really good. Obviously, his win in Australia was great. I know, obviously, he was helped a lot by Lewis Hamilton having the damage to his car, but yeah, it was a great drive there. Brilliant drive in Baku, winning from pole position, and I think leading every lap. I think he did. Well, not every lap. He led most of the laps, but it was a pretty comfortable win for him, except for the last 2 or 3 laps. And yeah, the win at Japan he had that season was a great one where he dominated that race. And yeah, the US Grand Prix 3 years ago, he was pretty special there as well, as he has improved his first sector. And let's see what he's done for the middle sector. And it's not too bad, actually. He's only 0.4 of a second down after the first 2 sectors. So this is going to put Bottas probably into the top 10 if he keeps up his improvements here. As Perez, Verstappen and Leclerc, I can tell you, are on an outlap. So we'll get to see, hopefully, some better pace from them. As Bottas now into the final corner. Where does he go? Is it into the top 10? It is. P7 and only 0.7 of a second off the pace. Good lap from Valtteri. And now we look at Mick Schumacher, who is back out on track after his ERS water pump issue. And he's on a flying lap on the medium, or not the medium tyres, the soft tyres. Don't know why they've indicated on the screen he's on mediums, because he's clearly on the soft. As he's just now entering the back straight. Magnussen currently in 18th. So he'll probably go ahead of Magnussen with this lap. Will Mick. And Schumacher now into the last few corners, turns 16, 17, 18. And then the final 2 corners of turn 19 and 20. Last car looks okay, nothing special though. As he comes into the final corner, exits the final corner, and where does he go? He goes 17th. Yeah, Haas, pretty slow from what we've seen so far. Then again, Magnussen hasn't done a flying lap on the soft, but if he does do a flying lap on the soft, I don't think he's going to improve by a massive amount and go, massively up the field. Here's a replay of Max Verstappen going very wide at the first corner and almost off the track. So maybe the wind playing a factor there. He didn't lock up. He just either carried too much speed in Or just, yeah, the car just washed out understeer towards the exit of the corner. And he'll now have another attempt. And he's currently sat in third. All Verstappen needs to do in qualifying, sounds easy, but with Perez and Leclerc's penalties, all he has to do is out-qualify Carlos Sainz, Lewis Hamilton and George Russell, and he'll be starting tomorrow's race on pole position. So this isn't going to be the most difficult weekend for Max. So just needs to keep it together, really, today and tomorrow, and he should win this race, as Verstappen is on a new lap now, and he had a good turn one that time. What's his middle sector looking? Not middle sector, his first sector looking like? It is good. It's a 10th of a second quicker than Sergio Perez. Not as quick, though, as Lewis Hamilton went in that first sector on that lap he attempted a few minutes ago. Charles Leclerc on a flying lap as well. What's his first sector like? It's very good. That's a purple first sector. 0.2 of a second up on Perez. So Leclerc almost a 10th quicker in the first sector than Max Verstappen. As Verstappen now heads down to turn 12. And the Red Bull looks just very smooth, as he's now a 10.5 quicker than Perez. Got a car ahead of him, though, that gets out of the way, which is a McLaren of Lando Norris. Leclerc about to complete the middle sector. We'll see what his time looks like in a sec. He is 0.2 up on Perez, so as it stands, Leclerc will go P1 with this lap compared to Verstappen. But let's see what time Max Verstappen does. He comes to the line, and Max Verstappen does a 1:36.2. 3.5 of a second quicker than Perez. Leclerc didn't have a great penultimate corner there. Now into the final corner. Will he go quicker than Max? Not quite. He just misses out by 0.010 of a second. So Leclerc up to second, and Verstappen on top. Will it remain that way in qualifying? We'll find out, obviously, in just over a couple hours' time. As Lewis Hamilton and Carlos Sainz are now on outlaps. And yeah, I saw that comment from you, Rob, saying "told you." I actually was thinking, well, during that lap, that maybe you had fast forwarded, to towards the end of the session, because I was like, yeah, that's probably what it's looking like that this lap was going to be for Verstappen. And here's a replay of Max, I think, picking up a paper bag or something. Yeah, something like that on the through the middle of the final corner, turn 20. But yeah, it was a good lap from Max. Saying that, though, we have to remember that Charles Leclerc on his lap that he was only slightly slower than Verstappen, did not do a personal best final sector, and that's why we're seeing a replay now. Leclerc had a bit of a tank slapper on the exit of turn 13 into 14, and that probably cost him a 0.5 tenth at least. As Sergio Perez on an outlap as well, along again with Hamilton and Carlos Sainz, who's now on the soft tyre. And if Ferrari are going to start tomorrow on pole, Carlos Sainz is their only hope, with Leclerc having his at least 10-place grid penalty. Let's see, with this lap now, whether Carlos Sainz genuinely has the pace to get pole position later. As he comes into turn 1 now. And looks very good through turn 1. And obviously the flat out turn 2 as well. When I look at the Ferrari car, when you look at the sector times, it's a Ferrari of Sainz there moving around a bit in the first sector. And he does a personal best, but he doesn't go any quicker than Verstappen. He's at about 0.04 of a second slower than Verstappen. When I look at the Ferrari car and I look at the sector times, it does seem to be quicker than the Red Bull over a single lap. Yet Verstappen is still quickest. So Ferrari have got the car. They just need the drivers to nail the lap. As Carlos gets a decent slipstream there from the McLaren as he heads down to turn 12. Lewis Hamilton has done a good first sector, 0.07 of a second quicker than Verstappen. I can tell you, by the way, that Lando Norris is now up to 9th place. And also, we've got Tsunoda up to 14th. Magnussen is now 13th for Haas. As Carlos Sainz has not done a purple sector on this lap, loses the rear end quite a bit on the final corner. Still does a purple final sector and goes third, half a tenth slower than Verstappen. Maybe could have gone ahead of Leclerc just about if it wasn't for that moment. And Hamilton's car on the rear end, more than dancing, moving around like crazy through those slow corners of turn 13, 14, 15. As he now comes to the final couple corners. Can Hamilton go any quicker? As he comes round the final corner now and to the line and goes fourth, but he could definitely go quicker than that. He lost a bit of time at the beginning of the final sector, so there's some more time on the board there for Mercedes. And from what I've seen with Hamilton, at least, Mercedes don't seem to have too bad of a car. I'm not going to sit here and get too overhyped and say they're going to be on pole, but their car is looking decent from what I can see. And now we look at Sebastian Vettel and the Aston Martin. The last man in the top 10. Will he go any higher? He does. He goes up to 7th place, just under a second slower than Max Verstappen. So good one there from Vettel, and hopefully in qualifying later will not suffer the fate he's suffered a lot this season, which is being knocked out in first qualifying. As now we look at Daniel Ricciardo, who is 19th currently. But on a better lap. He's 0.7 of a second down on Verstappen after the first two sectors. This lap will probably put Ricardo up to... Oh no, he's ran massively wide on the exit of the penultimate corner. He's still going to complete the lap though, but I'm not sure he'll keep it when he goes up to 15th, which I'm sure he would have gone a lot quicker than that had he done the penultimate corner properly. But I thought Ricardo was probably going to go into the top 10 there, but wasn't to be. And we're only a couple minutes away already from the end of this session. Like I said earlier, time flying by. And I think they just showed on the screen as Ricardo there going off track briefly to get out of the way of a Red Bull, I think, of Perez, maybe? Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, we're now in the final 2 minutes of this session. And looking at what's happened so far, looks as though Red Bull and Ferrari are pretty much on the same... kind of the same type of pace. Maybe Ferrari, when you add up all the sectors, they are slightly quicker, but they're pretty much on the same pace of Ferrari and Red Bull, which is great for us. Mercedes seem to be a bit quicker, saying that Max Verstappen, in regards to Red Bull and Ferrari being close. Max Verstappen has just done a purple first sector. Charles Leclerc, though, has gone quickest by 0.08 of a second. But, Ferrari and Red Bull seem to be around the similar pace. Mercedes a bit quicker than I expected. Aston Martin looked good, as Lance Stroll there just went up to 8th place. And now Alonso has gone 6th for Alpine. And Perez has improved up to 4th. As Verstappen has done now a purple middle sector as the McLaren there of Lando Norris moves out of his way. And now Verstappen comes around the final corner to the line, and he should go P1 again. And he does by 0.3 of a second. What a final lap that was for Max Verstappen. A 1:35.8. And that should be it now from the top teams, because we've only got, 15 seconds left. We've got plenty of people on out laps, but I'm not sure they're going to be, proper, quick, flying laps. But yeah, looking good and competitive up front. And also in the midfield, Aston Martin looking good. Alfa Romeo not looking too bad with Bottas. Alpine and McLaren look decent. So yeah, it's looking good. As Perez is sorry for that. He came quite fast, had nowhere to go. I think Perez there, unfortunately, blocking Alonso on another fast attempt. Or it actually may have been Esteban Ocon, I'm not quite sure. As Pierre Gasly in 14th on a final flying lap. And this will be his final flying lap because the checkered flag has already flown. And this is a good final lap. He's only 0.7 off the pace after the first two sectors. So this might put Gasly into the top 10 in, I don't know, 9th, 10th, something like that. As he comes through turn 16, 17, 18. And now into turn 19. And the AlphaTauri looks decent through there. And into the final corner he comes now. And Pierre Gasly goes 10th. Decent lap there by the gas man. And I think, looking at the times, I think everyone has now pretty much finished their session. And yeah, they have. So, that is, guys, practice 3 over and done with. Let me read out the final finishing order of the final practice session before we head into qualifying in a couple hours' time. Max Verstappen ends up quickest by 0.3 of a second compared to Charles Leclerc. Carlos Sainz is 3rd with Perez 4th, Hamilton 5th, Alonso 6th, Russell 7th, Vettel 8th, Stroll 9th, and Gasly finishing up in 10th. And then the rest of the order, Bottas, Norris, Ocon, Magnussen, Ricardo, Tsunoda, Alban, Latifi, Schumacher, and Zhou Guanyu. That's practice 3 done with. Let me switch back to my other graphics quickly. Just readjust this. There you go. That's better. And hold on, let me try and find it. And yeah, get this graphic back on. And I won't show how long is remaining until qualifying just yet, because I'm about to play a break video, as I normally do. But I'll put the text there anyway for when I do use it. And what I'm going to do now, guys, quickly, is I'm just going to change the thumbnail, or not the thumbnail, change the title and post a link to the stream out a couple more times, and then we'll get into the build-up to qualifying here. So, let me just do that now. And yeah, I'm just going to post a link out in a couple places, and then we'll get cracking with the build-up to qualifying. And qualifying starts in, what, an hour and 55 minutes or something like that from now. So it'll come around pretty quickly. Come join us here for build-up to qualifying. And I'll just quickly post it out on Twitter. The link to the stream again. Come join us here for build up to qualifying the Austin GP, if it will show on Twitter. There you go. And I'll just quickly do a few hashtags, and then that's all done. And a lot of the drivers, just to update you, just doing practice starts on the grid, which they're allowed to do at this particular Grand Prix. And let me just do one more hashtag, and then we can get going. Right. There you go. So, that's all done. And now we can get into the build up to qualify. So like I said, I will on screen get the timer up to show how long there is left until qualifying does begin. But what I'm going to do in a moment is I'm going to play a video on stream that serves, as normal, that I've done for a few months now, as a video to give me a bit of a break, but also a video for you guys to watch whilst I have a break. And I want you guys to give your opinions on what I'm talking about in this video. And what this video is about is how Red Bull overcame the early deficit to Ferrari in 2022 to get to where they are now, which is basically, world champions for 2022. Now, I need to preface this. This video was made before the cost cap saga began. So please remember that when watching this video. Please remember that, because you may be thinking, well, why isn't Chaz mentioning the cost cap or whatever? Yeah, just remember that, please, because it was made, I think, a week before it came out, the whole, the news cycle about that. So, yeah, please do remember that when watching this video. Let me just quickly play it to see if you guys can hear it correctly, and then just put yes in the chat if you can hear it correctly. What we're going to do here, guys, is look at the car development between, and yeah, just let me know in the chat quickly whether you can hear it, and if you can, then I'll play that for you guys. It's a 22-minute long video, and I'll leave you guys with that for 20 minutes, and then I'll be back on the other side of it. Just trying to have a look on Twitter quickly to see if there's any news I can bring you guys about anything. And I can't see anything. Yeah, no news for the moment, other than the news I've already brought you guys. And right, you guys are saying yes, right. Like I said, this video about how Red Bull overcame the early deficit they had to Ferrari in 2022. Again, it was made before the cost cap saga began at Singapore Grand Prix, so please do remember that. Let me know what you guys think as I am talking about this, and also let me know what you think in relation to the cost cap saga, what you think of, how Red Bull have overcame, or did overcome, their early deficit to Ferrari. Let me know in the live chat. And I will see you guys on the other side of this video to answer your comments and read out, or answer your questions and read out your comments. So yeah, make sure to post in the chat whilst this video is playing. And yeah, on the other side of this video, I'll see you guys in about 20 minutes or so. What we're going to do here, guys, is look at the car development between the two teams, Red Bull and Ferrari, and how it's evolved over the season, and the difference in pace between the two cars. And yeah, the two cars, obviously, we're looking at this Ferrari car of 2022 and the 2022 Red Bull. Now, the Red Bull car, its strengths are, it's a comfortable car to drive. It's not the best car aerodynamically or even maybe chassis-wise on the grid, but it is a comfortable car to drive, doesn't porpoise as much as other cars, but does have, with its design philosophy, very good straight line speed, the best straight line speed from the entire field. When Ferrari's car is a lot more aerocentric, it's a bit draggier than the Red Bull car, and at tracks with more corners, especially slow and medium speed corners, the Ferrari car goes well. But let's get into, firstly, the first Grand Prix of the season and just the difference in pace between the two teams at the first Grand Prix. So Red Bull were a tenth of a second slower in qualifying than Ferrari were. And Ferrari in the race, up until the safety car came out, which I think was lap 40-ish, I think it came out, the safety car. Let me just check, actually, when it came out. Actually, I can't remember when it came out. I think I've got the other laps here, all the other comparisons I'm going to do. But this is the pace on average between the two teams up until that safety car came out in the latter part of the Grand Prix. Ferrari were only 0.08 of a second quicker on average in the Grand Prix. So even though that might not sound a lot, when you consider at the point now where we know Red Bull have a much better car at lower downforce, higher speed tracks, which the Bahrain circuit is, it's clear to see that at the start of the season, Ferrari had the better car, because if, say, the two cars ran now at that track, Red Bull would pretty clearly win that Grand Prix by at least a few seconds. Of course, if they didn't have the reliability issues they had in Bahrain. But it wasn't just the story with Bahrain. It was really the story of just the start of the season. In testing, Ferrari, we knew, were pretty much the best team on the grid. Red Bull did improve their pace quite a bit with a new sidepod design at the end of pre-season testing, but from what we saw in Bahrain, Ferrari were on pace better than Red Bull. And even in Saudi Arabia, where obviously Red Bull won, they only won just from Ferrari, who was still pretty fast, and Red Bull did have to rely on their great straight line speed compared to Ferrari to be able to just about overtake Charles Leclerc for the victory and win that Grand Prix. Then we started getting some upgrades at the Australian Grand Prix from both of these teams. Here you can see with Red Bull, they brought a new front wing end plate to the Australian Grand Prix. You see the old there on the left-hand side and the new on the right-hand side. I'm pretty sure you will be able to see the clear differences in design here. in design here. And what this was to do was not just to improve the grip of the car, but also to cut some weight, which was a big problem for Red Bull at the start of the season, as we know. Ferrari, at the same time, were bringing new upgrades. This was a new diffuser design that they brought to the Australian Grand Prix as well, and you can just see here really just what the whole area looks like. And even though Red Bull were starting to cut some weight off the car, and they were rumoured to be as much as 15 kilograms overweight at the start of the season compared to the weight limit for the new 2022 cars, even though they were trying to, and they were getting on with the job of cutting that weight, they were still lacking a bit of speed compared to the Ferrari team, because in Melbourne, Ferrari did show quite a bit of superiority to the Red Bull team. So in qualifying, Ferrari were pretty much 0.3 of a second quicker. And then on average in the race, up until Max Verstappen's retirement, they were 1/4 of a second per lap quicker than Red Bull. Now, obviously the final sector at the Melbourne track is, it's going to suit the Ferrari car a lot because there's lots of corners, and even the first sector to a certain extent will suit the Ferrari car, but that track has become a lot more high speed, and it was thought at the time that Red Bull would be a bit more competitive there than they actually were, but in the end, they just were not. And this Grand Prix, I think, is the clearest indication that Ferrari were just so much quicker than the Red Bull team, because Charles Leclerc would win the Grand Prix by, I think, a pit stops gap over Sergio Perez, who finished in second. Leclerc was now leading the championship by, I think, compared to Verstappen, by 46 or 47 points, and it was looking so good for Ferrari, and there was no doubt Ferrari had the best car on the grid. No real doubt about it. But then we got to the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix, the race after. Here's an upgrade Red Bull brought to the splitter area of their car, a new winglet. But also at this Grand Prix at Imola, they started to significantly cut that weight at the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix, where they did get a 1-2 finish and were quicker than Ferrari in the race. They were able this weekend to cut, I think, 5 to 7 kilograms of weight off the car. And by the time we got to the Spanish Grand Prix, which we'll get into in a moment, they were pretty much, maybe not the same as Ferrari in terms of weight, but they were about where they wanted to be in terms of their weight and weren't too far away from where Ferrari were with the weight of their car. But once we got to the final Grand Prix before the proper European season started, obviously the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix in Italy, but then we went back to America for the Miami Grand Prix. This was the pace difference now at the Miami Grand Prix between the two teams. Red Bull were 0.2 of a second slower in qualifying compared to Ferrari. Max did make a mistake, though, in his final run of Q3, so we don't quite know what he would have done with that final lap in qualifying. But then, on average, Red Bull were just over 0.1 of a second quicker than Ferrari in the race, and that is based on the lap times up until that final safety car of the Miami Grand Prix. And this is something we weren't seeing really up until this point, and even the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix, where Red Bull were quicker and able to be quicker in the actual race itself compared to Ferrari. And they were also looking after their tyres a lot better. Ferrari was starting to struggle a bit more compared to that, or compared to Red Bull in looking after tyres. And it was definitely starting to swing more so in Red Bull's direction in terms of the them improving their car a lot more than Ferrari and closing that gap, and now starting to get at least on equal terms with the Ferrari team, as Max Verstappen won, obviously, the Miami Grand Prix. But now let's get into at the Spanish Grand Prix, obviously a very important circuit for aerodynamics. Let's get into what the pace difference was at that Grand Prix, where we saw some upgrades there. So in qualifying, Red Bull were 0.3 of a second slower than Ferrari in qualifying, and on average during the race, up until Charles Leclerc's retirement, Leclerc was 0.2 of a second quicker than Verstappen on average up until his retirement. I know obviously Verstappen made a mistake, and then he was held up for quite a while behind, I think, his teammate and George Russell in the Mercedes, but there is no doubt about it, Ferrari were quite a bit quicker than Red Bull in Spain. And now we were coming to, say, more aero-heavy circuits in terms of the reliance more so being on aero, such as Spain, Monaco, Baku, I guess you could say to a certain extent. I know you have the very long straights there, but obviously the middle sector, they're very, very important in getting good lap time out of that track. We were starting to see Ferrari really showing just how good their car is when it comes to absolute pure downforce. And even though Red Bull's car was still improving and getting more some equal terms with Ferrari, it's a bit difficult to look at this time period in terms of Red Bull versus Ferrari, because in Spain, obviously, Leclerc retired from the race. Then in Monaco, it was a wet and then dry Grand Prix. We can't really compare the pace between the two different teams that much there. I mean, in qualifying, Ferrari were quite a bit quicker than Red Bull. Not really a surprise because of the type of track that Monaco is. Then, of course, in Baku, Leclerc and Sainz had a double engine failure. And then at Silverstone, Max Verstappen had a problem with debris getting in or damaging his floor, I think, of his car, which caused him to go a lot slower in the final 80% of that Grand Prix at Silverstone. And even in Canada, it was a bit skewed in terms of we had Leclerc starting at the very back, and then Verstappen and Sainz were fighting at the front for the win, but they were constantly, because I think there was an early virtual safety car, or safety car, I can't remember exactly. They were constantly Verstappen and Sainz varying on their strategies. One driver would be on fresher tyres, and suddenly the other driver would be on fresher tyres. It was never the same. So it's pretty difficult, like I said, to look at the pace difference between the two cars during this period because of all those variables that were happening at time. I just want to show this as well. This was a rear wing mirror update that Ferrari did bring, I think, at the British Grand Prix. So Ferrari were still bringing upgrades, but Ferrari's strategy in 2022 has been really just to maximize what they have rather than slapping loads of upgrades or as many upgrades as they can on the car. Well, we'll get onto, though, why that strategy maybe hasn't worked out so much, but also an upgrade they did bring to the French Grand Prix and how that did actually affect their pace in, say, the races closest to us in this 2022 Formula 1 season. But what we will do is compare the Red Bull and Ferrari teams and the pace they had compared to each other for the Austrian Grand Prix. The Austrian Grand Prix, obviously, is a power circuit, and you'd think that Red Bull would have dominated that Grand Prix, how they've gone as of late at those type of circuits, and also how they've gone most of the season at higher speed circuits. But in qualifying, Red Bull were only a couple hundredths of a second quicker in the Friday qualifying we had that week, and obviously we had the sprint race on the Saturday. But in the race itself, Ferrari, on average, were a tenth of a second quicker than Red Bull in the race. Obviously, lots of times during that Grand Prix, Ferrari were on either older and then fresher tyres. So when they were on fresher tyres, Ferrari were gaining quite a bit more than a tenth of a second on Red Bull on average during the Grand Prix. But Ferrari were definitely faster in that Austrian Grand Prix. There is no doubt about that. And the reason that is because Red Bull, as I've got into in a previous video, they brought a floor design, I think, to the Austrian Grand Prix that, put it this way, hasn't quite lived up to the expectations maybe that Red Bull had. So here is the floor design that Red Bull brought, and I'm going to try and quickly find a good explanation as to the differences with the floor here compared to the one that Max Verstappen is running, because they have now started to run different types of floors, have Red Bull, with the two drivers, which has caused a slight controversy on social media. So in regards to the floors, not all the updates have worked at Red Bull. Perez has the new bottom for the floor, but the innermost diverter is not cut like in Austria. So yeah, this floor design just not working as much as they were hoping for, and that's a big reason. And also not getting the setup maybe as right as they could have in Austria was a reason why in Austria they weren't as quick as they were hoping to be, and as they probably should be at that circuit. By the way, that information I just read out is from @Smilex Tech on Twitter, who's an engineer, F1 technical analyst. Make sure you go check him out on Twitter, especially if you are Italian. But yeah, this floor just wasn't giving Red Bull the pace that they really needed, and they would eventually go with a different type of strategy, which was running Max with a older floor that he's more confident in terms of its handling, and then running with Sergio Perez, the newer one, rather than bringing a completely new floor. And the reason they had to do this was because obviously the cost cap limitations, and they can't just bring a new floor to solve all of these issues like they could previously. But also Ferrari were having new floor upgrades around this time, and on reflection, their floor upgrades haven't actually worked as much as they were really hoping. So you can see here, this is, by the way, from Albert Fabrega, a very good person or analyst on Twitter. Make sure to go check him out, and him looking at the new design. So on the top here is Paul Ricard, and on the bottom is I think the older one. And if I just scroll back up, you can see differences in the shape of that particular part of the car. But if I go to the second picture, you can see say a better indication to the differences. So again, here on the top, this is the Paul Ricard upgrade, and then you can see again, if I scroll down to the bottom, the differences in the shape of that part of car. And that is essentially the upgrade that Ferrari brought to the French Grand Prix. But since then, it hasn't worked for them. Hasn't delivered the type of pace they were hoping for. Hasn't delivered really any significant pace at all compared to what they had before this upgrade. But also, they've noticed that they are wearing their tyres out quite a bit more than they were, say, beforehand. That's one reason. Another reason why they were so good in Austria compared to Red Bull is that they were looking after their tyres quite a bit better than Red Bull were. And if we go to this comparison at the Dutch Grand Prix, which is quite an aero-heavy circuit, you can see how this new floor for Ferrari just wasn't working for them. So Red Bull were a couple hundredths per second quicker in qualifying compared to Ferrari. That wasn't necessarily down to the car, more so Charles Leclerc not putting together the best final lap in qualifying that day. But in the race, on average, up until the safety car that came out, I think, on lap 55, Red Bull were 0.3 of a second on average quicker than Ferrari. That is something we have not seen at all this season. At an aero-heavy circuit, Red Bull be that much quicker on average compared to the Ferrari team. For example, if I go back to the Spanish Grand Prix comparison, Red Bull were a couple tenths of a second slower on average compared to Ferrari. Or if I go the Australian Grand Prix early in the season, again, a couple tenths of a second advantage. Normally, at this circuit, or at these type of circuits where aero is a bit more important, Ferrari do have the type of advantage that Red Bull had over them in the race. And it wasn't necessarily purely down to the Red Bull car having more grip. It was the tyres getting worn out quite a bit on the Ferrari car with this new floor compared to what they had previously. Now, Ferrari are starting to test their old floor designs and just work out really why this lack of pace in the race has suddenly hit them. We'll see whether they can work on some improvements when it comes to this. But when looking at this whole situation and the development between the two teams, I think one thing we can absolutely say is that Red Bull have developed quite a bit better than Ferrari this season. Red Bull have had, slight hiccups. Like I said, that floor they brought or trialled in Austria and France didn't quite work out for them. But at the start of the season, Ferrari were a bit quicker than Red Bull on average. I don't think there's really any doubt about that. And then progressively over the season, Red Bull have improved the aerodynamics of the car and most importantly, cut the weight off the car, which is the biggest reason why Red Bull are in a position they are in now. And Ferrari, if you look at their upgrades this season, maybe at the start of the season they improved the car by maybe a tenth or two here or there. But really, since the European season began, Ferrari's car hasn't really, in terms of pace, got any better and hasn't improved with developments to the car. It's pretty much the same car, pace-wise, that we have seen since, say, the Spanish Grand Prix. It hasn't really evolved like, say, the Red Bull has in certain circumstances. And actually, with this new floor design, has actually got worse, which, of course, is not good at all for the Ferrari team. Obviously, There might be some upgrades coming, I think, at the Singapore Grand Prix, which is coming up very, very soon. That Ferrari are rumoured to maybe be bringing a final upgrade to try and get another win or two before the season is over. We'll see if they can get that. But once again, Ferrari in a championship battle have been outdone on development compared to their rival. This used to happen, of course, with Mercedes back in 2017 and 2018. And even, you can say 2019 as well, even though there wasn't a proper title fight that season, Mercedes did upgrade their car for at least the first half of the season better than Ferrari did. But, looking at this season, Red Bull, their car has progressively, 90% of the time, got better when Ferrari, first 5 or 6 races, maybe the car was slightly getting better, but then just hit a brick wall, as it normally does with this team in terms of development. And that is why Red Bull are going to win the championship this season, and why this man is going to win the driver's title as well. Let me know, guys, in the comments section, how do you think the development between these two teams has gone over the course of 2022? And just let me know your general thoughts as to the topic of this video. But guys, till my next video has been me, ChazzaHD. Goodbye. Right, so that video has ended, I believe, and hopefully you guys enjoyed that. One thing I will do quickly is just delete it from my OBS, so obviously my OBS runs a bit smoother. But one thing I am going to do is, before I come to you guys in the chat, which I'm going to do probably for the next, 45 minutes or so, is I'm going to get the timer back on screen. So we have got how many minutes left until qualifying? I think, hour and 28 minutes, I believe, until qualifying begins. So there you go, guys. You can now see how long there is left until the session begins. Now, I want to hear from you guys in the chat in regards to what I was saying in that video. And let me know also, because that video was made before the cost cap saga began, since this cost cap saga has come into its own, what do you think now of, how Red Bull developed their car for 2022? Legally or illegally? Let me know in the live chat. I'll be curious to hear what you guys have to say. And if you want to ask me, in general, just F1 questions, then, that'll be absolutely fine. I'll answer your comments in chat probably for the next 45 minutes. And then we'll get into build up to qualifying. But quickly, I want to say, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because tomorrow I'll be live for quite a while covering race day at the Circuit of Americas for the 2022 United States Grand Prix. I'll be going live at 6 p.m. UK time firstly for the race preview, lasting until 7:30, and then from 7:30 p.m. UK time until 10 p.m. it will be the race watch along. The race starts at 8 p.m. UK time tomorrow. And then for an hour after the race finishes, whenever that may be, I'll be reacting with you guys to the events of the 2022 US Grand Prix. So make sure to join me for that. And also, as I was saying earlier, I'll be going live on Monday night at 6 p.m. UK time to cover the updates and the latest of the Red Bull cost cap situation. There's been quite a few updates this weekend that I'll be going through on Monday. So make sure to check that out as well. So if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for that content coming up. And for everyone watching right now, don't forget to smash that like button. But one thing I will do quickly before I read out your comments in chat, I will just check Twitter to see if there's any news. And can't see anything at the minute. But I'll come to you guys in chat now to see what you guys are saying in regards to the video I played, and just, in general. Let me just scroll up to just after you guys were saying yes in chat, that you could hear, what I was, or what the video playing. Well, let me try and find some comments here to read out an answer. AK Willie, no sprint race? No, not this weekend. The next sprint race and the final sprint race of the season will be in Brazil in 3 weeks' time. And then next season, we'll have, instead of 3 sprint races, 6, which is, yeah, not good from my point of view. And also, AK says, can't wait for the Vegas Grand Prix. Next year will be my first F1 race I will go to. Yeah, good for you. If you know you can get to that Grand Prix. I mean, I'm not a fan of the Vegas Grand Prix coming onto the calendar, but, you know, if it allows you to get to a Grand Prix easier, then, yeah, that's great. And hopefully you do enjoy yourself at that Grand Prix next year. The first ever Vegas Grand Prix next season in, was it mid-November? I think it is. Next year. Let's find some other comments here. Bruce Wayne Tumblr says illegal upgrades will do that. We've got to find some other comments. KG says Ferrari killing me slowly. Ewok says Red Bull deserve to win. They're the ones who push the boundaries and bend the rules. I wouldn't say pushing the boundaries and bending the rules is something that should be celebrated, but all of the teams do it. All of the teams try and find loopholes and grey areas to exploit. So let's not pretend like Red Bull are, you know, this much worse team than other teams out there, because all the teams are trying to find an advantage in some way, shape, or form. And we still don't know, in terms of this whole cost cap thing, we still don't know the full situation and the full facts. So we'll have to, you know, wait and see what happens. And hopefully we will find out more in the next at least month or so. Remember, the F1 season finishes in about a month from now. So I would hope to hear something more about this situation in terms of, you know, factual stuff. Ronan Brady, hi Chaz, how are you? I'm good. Says, I'm not following F1 too much at the moment as I'm addicted to the Tory leadership battle. Yeah, what an absolute fucking joke that is. Not just that, but British politics in general right now. It's just a complete fucking joke. And, yeah, there will be a winner, I guess, of that leadership battle, but it'll be us that loses because all of them, candidate-wise, are hopeless. Boba says, need to boycott F1 to send a message. F1 is in Red Bull's pocket. I don't think they are. I know people have, you know, spouted that a lot in the last year, that F1 and Red Bull and the FIA, they're working together, and that they're, you know, F1 and the FIA are working to help Red Bull as much as possible, Max Verstappen as much as possible. I'll be honest, when I look at, you know, the evidence behind those claims, I don't think there's a lot of evidence to support that. Yeah, there is definitely a few instances where the FIA, in regards to a situation to do with Red Bull, they've gotten a decision wrong, they've not given them enough of a penalty, or yeah, stuff like that. But I don't think there's a, you know, a clear bias. I think it's just that the FIA are incompetent, which they have been, really, for a long time. Great video, Chazza. Anders Ericsson, yeah, great analysis. Thanks for that. Ronan Brady says this cost cap saga is overblown. All that's involved is accounting trickery. For example, whether Newey is employed for Red Bull or his own company. Yeah, that was a thing that came out, I think, in between the Japanese Grand Prix and US Grand Prix, is that maybe one way Red Bull maybe are getting around the cost cap is by having Adrian Newey a part of their team, but as a consultant and not actually on the Red Bull books necessarily. I think that's what that whole thing was. But again, we've had many theories as to what the reasoning could be, but we've not actually found out what the actual reason is, or the most likely reason is. One thing I will say, and this is not confirmed, so don't quote me on this, but the figure that has been put out there this weekend, how much they were spent by, is I think 1.8 million euros, which is a lot of money. If you spent all of that on developing a car, you would gain quite a lot of lap time spending that much amount of money. I mean, Alfa Romeo, I think their development budget this year is not much more than 1.8 million euros. I think it's only like maybe 600,000 euros more than that. So if that is true and that went towards development for the car, that is a significant breach of the cost cap. I know at the FIA, according to their regs, it's a minor breach, which it is not. That's not minor at all if that is the case. But again, I stress that we don't actually know if the 1.8 million figure is true. It was reported by Auto, Motor and Sport, who, again, they're one of the best publications out there for reporting news, but we don't actually know whether that figure they put out there is actually the figure that they overspent by. So we'll find out, I hope, between now and the end of the year, or at most between now and the start of next season. Anders Ericsson says, so if I understand it right, at Silverstone, Red Bull used a legal amount of money. Correction, please, and comment. I don't know about that in regards to Silverstone. But I will look more into, what has happened this weekend and the stories that have come out and the updates, so I can bring you guys, a good bit of information for Monday. But yeah, I need to look properly into the new articles that have come out this weekend. Rob81K says, where as human beings are we spending all these hours on something, if we're honest, we really don't want to be spending our time on, namely, I can't say that word. Yeah, I can't say, it's too difficult for me to say. Not even major corruption that's happening everywhere. Hold on, let me find that comment because I've just accidentally gone past it. That's happening everywhere else, but a few percent. It saddens me deeply. Yeah, I get what you mean, but it is important because it could have absolutely, if they've overspent by that amount of money, it could have, and let's say that amount of money did go towards developing the car, and it, gave them the extra lap time that it should if they spent, almost 2 million euros, then it definitely needs to be something that's addressed, because it is, it's a big, big issue. But we'll see how, or what the result of it is. Moaz, good to see you in the chat. Says Ferrari have been so incompetent since 2009. What happened? New management. I pretty much said at this point what it is. It's just not going out there and trying to hire the best people possible for that team in terms of engineers, mechanics, and upper personnel within the team. I mean, if you look at the drivers they've hired, no problem at all with who they've hired for drivers. Alonso, Vettel, rehired Raikkonen again, Leclerc, Sainz. They've done, a great job at hiring the right drivers. But yeah, other than that, it's been pretty bad. Josiah says, I disagree with Ronan. Red Bull allegedly overspending, causing upset has nothing to do with Hamilton fans not accepting the result. Yeah, I mean, since obviously Abu Dhabi, it's been very toxic. The waters in the F1 community, but one thing that doesn't help is this happening. And that's if the FIA didn't want all this toxicity out there and didn't want the F1 community to head in a way that it has since that, controversial last race last season, then they, it was in their power to stop it at the end of the day. It's not like it was something out of their control. To be honest, before the controversial ending to last season, F1 was already heading in a very toxic way, but the FIA have just not helped with this whole situation, with the way they have acted and the way they just act in general. Ewok, why doesn't Haas carry the American flag this weekend? I think they are. Pretty sure they are. Unfortunately, they're not on my screen at the minute, but let me just quickly look on Twitter. Well, they've got some stars and stripes, which is, American themed. Yeah, I guess that counts. Sondai says, I think the sprint races take the edge of a race weekend, or edge off a race weekend, to be honest. Yeah, I don't like them. They're artificial in the way they, have been created to try and create some sort of difference or entertainment for a weekend. But if you look at, with the sprint races we've had so far, we've had 5 in total. 3 last year, 2 this year, and we've got 1 coming up in 3 weeks' time in Sao Paulo, Brazil. I don't think any of them, maybe except Lewis Hamilton's come back through the field in Brazil last year, except for that one, I don't think they've really added to the Grand Prix on the Sunday. Like, if you go back to those weekends where there's been a sprint race, again, except for last year's Sao Paulo Grand Prix, if you remember back to them, you don't really remember the sprint race. You remember more what happened on the Sunday. Like the other 2 races in 2021 where there was a sprint race was Silverstone, where, that's remembered for the Hamilton-Verstappen crash and Leclerc almost winning, and then Hamilton in the end coming through to win. And then Monza is remembered for McLaren 1-2, Ricardo winning a race for the first time in 3 years. Hamilton and Verstappen crashing with each other. And yeah, the sprint race for that weekend, pretty much nobody remembers, and it was not memorable at all. I didn't even watch it. I deliberately didn't watch it because I just wasn't interested, and it actually turned out to be pretty bad. And even the driver said it was pretty poor. So, yeah. I understand people saying that, you got to try different things at times, but qualifying, as I've said a million times, the system is not broken. We don't need a new qualifying system. And, looking at qualifying, in terms of my own preferences, I wouldn't mind going back to the old qualifying system where they all went out in single file and did, 1 lap at a time, only 1 car on the track at a time. That would have been, it'd be nice to see that maybe again if they were to ever change the qualifying system. But to be honest, again, what we have at the minute is absolutely fine, and we don't need to go anywhere different with the qualifying format. There's a reason why we've had this format since 2006. It's because it worked. Or it works, rather. We had, I think, 2 or 3 different ones that were tried in the years before that just didn't work. So, yeah. That's my standing on it, I guess. Ronan Brody says, funny how Ferrari have forgotten their cheating from 2019. Yeah, in regards to them, it is funny and hypocritical because they literally did a backdoor deal with the FIA to so they didn't get a penalty, And yeah, that was terrible. Terribly corrupt as well, what happened, which I'm sure had absolutely nothing to do with the FIA president being Jean Todt. Again, I am sure it had absolutely nothing to do with that. Sondai says, but if you have a 100-meter race and 9 runners are clean and 1 is taking drugs to win and gets disqualified, how's that different to what Red Bull have done? I mean, it's a bit different. I wouldn't say it's really comparable to, you know, 100-meter race or really athletics, but looking at, you know, what their punishment should be, I know there's been rumoured punishments thrown out there in regards to, like, what apparently the FIA have been trying to agree with Red Bull is going to be their punishment for this, you know, breaching the cost cap, which would be apparently a 25% reduction in their wind tunnel time for next year, which is, you know, it'll hurt Red Bull if that's what the punishment is, but it won't hurt them enough, really, because if at the start of next season they have a car that is miles quicker than everything else, even with a 25% reduction in wind tunnel time, they'll still probably win the championship next year. So I think if they're going to restrict the wind tunnel time for next year, it needs to be a bit more than 25%, probably more like 40% or 50% even. But I do think there should be a points deduction either for this year or last year, to be honest, where, you know, they committed the crime itself. David Yendall says, no doubt the FIA has to act quickly. I hope they do, but I don't trust the FIA at all. I just don't trust them to do the right thing. And to be honest, this whole accepted breach agreement, I really don't like. Why are they negotiating a punishment with the team that has committed the crime, I guess you could say? That's not right at all. Just, you know, come up with your own punishment and deal them the punishment. You don't need to agree a punishment with them. It's not supposed to be up for negotiation. For example, going back to, you know, to the athletics thing, if an athlete gets proven to be a cheat in terms of drugs, and it's been discovered they've been taking drugs to win and stuff like that, they don't negotiate with the athlete the punishment. So why are we doing it here? It just makes absolutely no sense, and it screams corruption, I'm afraid. And again, I don't want to say that, but it really, really does. The teams that have committed I'm trying to not use the word crime because it's not that bad, but, you know, if you break the rules and you do break it in a way that maybe is as bad as rumoured with Red Bull, it should not be up for negotiation. You know, if you look at steward decisions for every Grand Prix, when they give out penalties to drivers or teams, they don't negotiate with the team or the driver. They collect all the information relevant and then they decide on a penalty. That's how it's supposed to work, not, you know, try and agree on something. That's not how it's supposed to work. And again, it just absolutely screams of corruption. I've just scrolled a bit too far down. Josiah says the FIA don't need Red Bull in the grand scheme of things. F1 could survive without an energy drink company. Mercedes and Ferrari are superpower car brands. I mean, and I just saw actually a comment just above from Ewok saying the difference is that F1 and the FIA need Red Bull, Ferrari, and Mercedes. They need Ferrari and Mercedes, but I'd agree with Josiah. I don't think they need Red Bull. I mean, it's been great having Red Bull in F1, and they really, really have been a massive help on the driver's side, you know, with having their driver academy and having Toro Rosso / now AlphaTauri there to put young drivers in to test them out in Formula One and to get them get those young drivers foot in the door. Been great for that. And Red Bull have been a great addition to Formula One. But if Red Bull decided tomorrow they're going to leave F1, would it suck? Yeah, but F1 would not be dead or it would be less valuable, Formula One, but it wouldn't be significantly less. Let me rephrase that. It would be quite less valuable because Red Bull are a massive company, but it wouldn't be comparable to if Ferrari left. If Ferrari left, F1 would lose so much value. And way more value than if Red Bull left, and probably the same if Mercedes left. That Mercedes, if they left Formula One, then F1 would lose a lot more value than if Red Bull left. So, if Red Bull decided to leave, again, it would suck. F1 would lose value, but with Audi coming into Formula One, with Audi coming into Formula One in 2026, and possibly Porsche in the future as well, say at the end of this decade, start of the next decade. It wouldn't be the end of the world, to be honest, and we would still get, exciting races, exciting championships to a certain extent. So it wouldn't be the end of the world, but yeah, it would not be good, of course. There's no doubt about that. Great to see, by the way. I've got 100 likes on the stream. Cheers for that. Ewok says yes, but the money wasn't spent on the car. 1.8 million was spent on catering and staff leave. I don't believe that at all. That rumor. Oh, I think my stream just froze there for a second, or at least my mouse did. I was a bit on edge there. Sorry about that. But yeah, I don't believe those rumors. Sondai says if the FIA just gives a fine as punishment, then that means teams will look at the budget cap or look at the budget for the cap, surely. Not quite sure what you mean by that, but yeah. If they only give them a fine, the cost cap's dead and teams will go back to spending as much as they want. So they've got to properly punish them. And the punishments I've heard rumoured as to what the FIA have offered are not enough, I don't think. Ewok says, I don't see what the big issue is with Red Bull overspending if the extra money wasn't spending on upgrading the cars, which is what they claim. Yeah, if it turns out that the extra money that Red Bull spent was for stuff that had nothing to do with performance of the car, then yeah, that's absolutely fine. But I'm pretty sure this was said a couple years ago when the cost cap came in, that any finances related to performance would be included in the budget cap. So I'm pretty sure catering and staff sick pay wouldn't count anyway. So, yeah. At this point, I think we just await really to see what the proper facts are of the situation. I think we've got, which is good. We've got closer to the truth. We've got closer to what has actually happened here in reality, but we're still not quite there yet. So. Yeah, we just need to wait, hopefully, another couple weeks or so. And we should be able to, get to the point where we've got pretty much the full facts of the situation. Rob says, no, it doesn't make a great difference. Someone said 2 million euros was 1 or 2 wings. The reply was, that's it. 1 or 2 wings for 2 million euros is absolutely yeah, that's absolute bullshit. I've actually done some research into it. If you spent about 2 million euros on upgrades, that would be like a completely new car, basically. It would be like something we have seen a few times in the last few years where teams will bring a B car mid-season. That's basically how much a B car would cost. And like I said earlier, Alfa Romeo's development budget is about 2 to 3 million euros. So it is a significant amount of money. There's no doubt about that. Rob says, remember, it's a few percent on the budget. That's not a few percent on performance. That's something entirely different. Again, though, well, according to F1 and the FIA, the budget cap in terms of, you know, what they allocate, it only goes, or they only look at what you spend money on, and you know, what you spend money on, certain stuff that goes towards only the performance of the car. Anything that's not related to the performance of the car is not included in the budget cap, so we have to remember that. And by the way, sorry if what do you call it, if the stream is buffering slightly. I keep having a couple notifications that yeah, there's maybe a slight buffering issue. Sorry about that. I mean, on my end, everything's fine, and I've not dropped any frames or anything, so yeah. Apologies, though, if anything's going wrong. Sophie Thorpe says, come on, Verstappen on pole position for tomorrow. Yeah, Max looking very, very good here. By the way, if you're wondering when I'm going to, you know, properly start talking about qualifying, probably in 15 minutes, say, from now, we'll get into the proper build-up to qualifying. So yeah, not long now. Anders Eriksson says, only reason this spending issue interests me is because if the rules were broken without any consequences, it will ruin F1 with only one team to win every time, which is so boring to look at. Indeed. Stephen M says the FIA have been poor in everything to be able to make the same mistake that took Jules Bianchi, and he says in brackets something they made up or made a specific rule for to prevent happening again, sums up the entire mentality. That's also another thing I'm going to get into in my Monday stream, because the FIA have concluded their report into what happened in Japan 2 weeks ago, and they've made some changes, which I'll get into on my Monday stream as well. And one of them relates to the to what do you call it? One of them relates to the changing of the race director. Again, I'll get onto that on Monday. Moas says, what happened to McLaren 2? It looked like nothing could stop them in 2012, and then from 2013 they just tanked down. The reason that happened, I think, was because obviously the car they designed for 2012 was a very good one, but then the 2013 car, I think, well, they had Paddy Lowe still at the team for 2012, but then Paddy Lowe went and joined Mercedes soon as Lewis Hamilton did as well. And that affected them a lot. And then, yeah, the 2013 car aerodynamically was really poor. Didn't really have any grip compared to what it used to have the year before. And then, yeah, they were stuck in the midfield, and they've been stuck in the midfield ever since. Even though they won a Grand Prix last year, they're still a bit in the midfield team. Ronan Brady says, Chazza, it's like a settlement before court proceedings. Yeah, but I don't think it should, you know, work like that. That's just my view. I don't think it should work like that, to be honest. Right, let me find some other comments here in the chat. Derek Tate says, great show as always, and hope you're well. Thanks for that. Hope you're well too. on an international sporting stage, isn't this a little embarrassing for the sport? And I know here in the US it looks really bad. Love the sport. It is embarrassing, and it would be even more embarrassing if the FIA do not properly give Red Bull, proper punishment. So, we'll see what happens. But I was saying this a few weeks ago when this whole situation blew up. This is a vital moment for F1 and the FIA. They've got to stamp their authority, or else this will be a dark period for F1. Job says, nobody can't be missed. Ferrari and Mercedes are fools to think F1 would be dead if they left. I mean, they wouldn't be completely dead, but if Ferrari left F1, the value of Formula 1 would drop so much because Ferrari are such a big part of it. Mercedes too. And yeah, Red Bull as well, and McLaren, and Renault as well, even though the Renault works team officially isn't around. They are still basically around as the Alpine team. Yeah, there's other teams that hold value and, cause Formula 1 to have as much value as they do. But if Ferrari left, the value of Formula 1 would drop a lot. And it would become less attractive to other people to join Formula 1 if it's not as valuable. Just looking on Twitter quickly, see if there's any news I can bring you guys. Nope, not at the moment. Rooksfoot says Red Bull pretty much tempting Honda back into F1 more than they planned to. Could be a factor. F1 is all cloak and dagger, says Menho Donahue, I think it is. Ewok says Red Bull should get a slap on the wrist and a harsh warning. Let's just move on to 2023. Jop says, did you hear about postseason spare parts that wouldn't be ported over to this season after close of books? FIA decided to add them to the cost cap, which was supposed to be a 1.2 million post. Yeah, I did see that, and yeah, I will get more into that on Monday. But yeah, I did see that report come out. I think on Thursday night, was it? It came out on Twitter, at least, that I saw. But again, it's another theory as to what may have caused them to go over, but we don't know for sure. It doesn't help when obviously Red Bull are still saying that they haven't broken the cost cap. Killian Gibbons bet for P1. Who am I betting for pole position? Probably Max Verstappen. I know I was saying Ferrari look, pretty quick, but after that lap Verstappen did at the end of practice 3, and with how confident he is and Red Bull are, it's going to be pretty hard to stop him. And obviously, last year, he produced a brilliant pole position and race to win last year when Red Bull didn't look as though they were, always going to win the Grand Prix last year in America. So, yeah, Max Verstappen looking very, very good. Matt Moncrief says Sky Sports Christian Horner are poor Red Bull kids getting bullied when last year racist abuse after Silverstone after his words. Obviously, I don't think Horner, condones racism towards Lewis Hamilton, but it is funny and hypocritical that he's now claiming, mental health matters and employees, kids are getting bullied, which, again, I don't believe that for a fucking second, because I don't think kids care about budget caps whilst they're at school. So I don't think that's true at all, unless the parents of those kids are, systematically, going out of their way to get their kids to bully other kids about it, which I just don't see how that's happening. Yeah, it is funny and hypocritical because, Horner said stuff about Mercedes and Lewis Hamilton, which has led to, abuse online and probably worsening mental health for Lewis Hamilton and certain Mercedes employees. So, after the rear wing thing in Brazil last year, where Horner and Red Bull were basically wanting Mercedes thrown out of the championship. That's basically their level of vitriol from that Grand Prix last year. And then obviously after the Silverstone crash, it was the whole, he tried to kill him and all of that stuff. So yeah, it's hypocritical, but there you go. I mean, I think he is right that it's probably had an effect on the mental health of their employees. But again, I don't believe that whole kids being bullied thing. I don't believe that for a second. I think if there's people out there that actually believe that, I think they're very gullible. Because again, I don't... If you actually think to what we were like as kids, did we care about budget caps or money at all? No. And to be honest, I don't think as well that this whole saga has really been publicized that much. It's not like, Spygate or anything, or Crashgate. It's not on that level news-wise. So, yeah, I don't believe that for a second. Christian Horner is full of shit. It is important with not just him, but a lot of people, not even a lot of people, just people in general, look at if you want to see whether they're telling the truth or not, what the actual truth is, you need to judge people based on their actions rather than what they say. And that goes obviously for F1 in the paddock, and that's why a lot of times when drivers and teams, certain team personnel, when they say stuff, I won't necessarily believe it because, a lot of the time, reality is different for what they say. So, yeah, don't always believe what is said. Because, Horner and Red Bull, I think at this point, are still maintaining that they haven't broken the rules when, at the moment, factually speaking, the FIA have said they have. So, we will see what happens. But, it's not a good situation at all. And obviously not great that the focus is on this, where we've got 4 races to go. And, probably a couple good races left this season, but that's F1 for you. Politics is always a big part of this sport, unfortunately. But we've got, just over 45 minutes to go now until qualifying begins. So, yeah, probably in a couple minutes, maybe 5 minutes at most, I'm going to get into the teams and start predicting how I think they'll do today in qualifying. AI family or Al family says if this means they have an advantage over the rest of the paddock, then they should be harshly punished. True, but again, we need to know the proper details rather than just numbers being thrown about. Prank says the whole world needs to be stopped being so hyperbolic. Yeah, I think the world has become very hyperbolic, but I think it's been that way for a while, to be honest. Ewok says school days, kids were awful about anything. Well, that's not what I meant. You know what I mean. Kids, don't care about money at that age, unless it's like kids, 14 to 16. So that's why I just don't believe that. I just don't believe that story that they're bullying the kids of employees about it, because it's not actually, even though it's a massive news story in the F1 world, it's not like a massive sports story that is transcending. So yeah, I just don't believe that's the case. I believe that maybe the mental health of their employees is struggling a bit, with the accusations and that. But yeah. Menho says, I don't see the point of them having a cost cap for the future. Let's go back to spending loads of money. Well, if they don't give them enough of a punishment, then we may as well go back to may as well go back to spending loads of money. Even though I think that system we had it was back then, and it is unsustainable, especially in the current climate. Blue Tiger says, thanks for putting this on live. I'm currently on holiday in Portugal and can't watch it on Sky Go. No problem. Josiah says, apparently the Red Bull CEO died. Has that been confirmed? Because I'm seeing it all over Twitter. Do you mean, is it Dietrich Mateschitz? I think you mean. Yeah, that was reported, I think, was it last week? And then those reports went away because I don't think there's actually any evidence to suggest that. So let me just get rid of this bot. There you go. Hello to Edson, who says, hi guys, watching all the way from Angola. Fingers crossed for Hamilton. Thanks for the dedication. That's great to see. GRR Hotbod says, Horner must resign after this to save the face of Red Bull. Look at the bigger picture. This now well-tarnished Red Bull for years. Unless they stop the rot. As for the bullying, playing victim. Yeah, it does come across like that, but yeah. We'll see. With the result of this whole situation, whether they are vindicated in any way in what they've had to say. But, yeah, Josiah's saying, yeah, Mateschitz. Yeah, that was reported, but I think falsely reported. I don't think there's been any confirmation in regards to Dietrich. I don't think there's been any confirmation about that. So, yeah. Hello to Carl Halford from Scotland. Good to see you. Wonky Bomb says, kids break into simpler terms like one team is cheating. You are right, though, about kids not caring about the value of $1. Exactly. Right. I think I'm probably going to end there reading comments in chat. I will come back to you guys, though, before we get into qualifying. We've got, 43 minutes about until qualifying begins at the Circuit of Americas. So keep your comments coming. What I'm going to do now is go through all the teams and get into how I think they'll do in this session coming up in, just over 40 minutes time. So make sure to keep your comments coming and let me know in the chat how you think all of the teams and drivers will do in qualifying today. And what I'll probably do in about half an hour is do a poll in the chat and ask you guys, what you think is going to happen in qualifying and who you think will end up on pole or who you think the most likely driver is to end up on pole position. So yeah, make sure to keep those comments coming and I'll get to them later on. So I'm just quickly putting the Sky F1 coverage on for qualifying. And it is still pretty windy. It's not terribly windy, but it is still pretty windy at the Circuit of Americas, and obviously temperature is still pretty warm as well. But let's now get into the teams. And one thing I will try and do, probably in about 10 minutes or so, is post the link of the stream back out. So I'll make sure to do that in about 10 to 15 minutes time. But let's now get into the respective teams and start off with Red Bull. Obviously, the last, 7 races now they've won of Red Bull. France, Hungary, Spa, Zandvoort, Monza, Singapore, Japan. So, 7 race wins in a row, looking to make it 8 this weekend. And with Charles Leclerc taking a 10-place grid penalty and Perez confirmed to take a 5-place penalty. For Max Verstappen, at least, it's looking very, very good. And all Max has to do in this session coming up is out-qualify Carlos Sainz and Lewis Hamilton and George Russell to be on pole position for tomorrow's race. And it's looking very, very good for Red Bull. In regards to this session, though, can he end up ahead of those cars? Yeah, I think he will. I think the only driver that could get ahead of him, based on what I've seen so far, is Charles Leclerc in the Ferrari. But again, Leclerc has a 10th-place penalty. So even if he does beat him, it doesn't really matter. But from what we saw in practice 3, it does look as though Red Bull have definitely the pace to get pole position in qualifying anyway, even if there was no penalties for anyone. And at worst, be, second and third or second and fourth here in qualifying. It's looking pretty good for them. And yeah, looking pretty good for them tomorrow. My prediction is that Max Verstappen will take pole position. The reason I've changed it from Leclerc to Verstappen is because Ferrari, they do have a decent car, but with the lap Max put in practice 3, and with how confident he is and Red Bull are, I just don't see him being stopped in the end. And if he does, start tomorrow's race on pole, I think he wins the race tomorrow quite comfortably. So looking good for him. Sergio Perez, he needs to try and really finish in the top 3, because obviously with that 5th-place penalty, he'll go back probably to 8th, 9th place or somewhere around that area. So really, he wants to be on the 4th row of the grid for tomorrow's race. That would be realistically the best place for him to start. Obviously, if he qualified first, that would be brilliant, because then he would start on the 3rd row of the grid in 6th. But realistically, a 4th row start would be good for Perez. So yeah, 2nd or 3rd would be good enough. I think 3rd is realistic, but 2 Ferraris are looking pretty quick, so might be a bit difficult for him to get that. But he's looking decent this weekend, is Sergio Perez. But if you're a Red Bull fan, then yeah, be very confident, because things are looking good. Now on to the Ferrari team. Ferrari, they've got a good car this weekend. They've got a car that is well hooked up to the track, but in terms of having all the right pieces in place to get pole position, is that all in place for them? I'm not so sure. The car, like I said, it's well hooked up to the track in 2 of the 3 sectors. The middle sector, Red Bull are gaining quite a bit of time on the Ferrari team. But what we saw in practice 3 was the drivers putting in good laps, but not laps that were just as good as Max Verstappen. Verstappen was just too good in 3rd practice. So need a bit more, really, from the Ferrari drivers. And of course, if Ferrari are going to start tomorrow's Grand Prix on pole position, their only hope is Carlos Sainz getting ahead of Max Verstappen, which is possible, but it's just very unlikely, I think. It's not happened very often this season where Sainz has finished ahead of Verstappen legitimately in qualifying on pure pace. So, yeah, it'd be surprising if that did happen. We'll see what happens, of course, in qualifying. Most likely, I think Ferrari will end up 2nd and 3rd, meaning Leclerc will start, if that does happen, he'll start in P12. Sainz would start in the front row. We do know, obviously, from last year's Grand Prix and the Grand Prix in 2018, that if you start 2nd here, you have a very good position for the first corner in getting into the lead. So it doesn't necessarily mean the end of the world, Carlos Sainz and Ferrari, if they end up 2nd on the grid behind Max Verstappen. But yeah, Ferrari, they've got good pace, but I'm not sure compared to, Verstappen in that Red Bull. I'm not sure whether they've got enough in hand to be on pole position today. But it would be a nice change up to see Ferrari, being the quicker team today compared to what we've seen mostly in the last few race weekends. For Mercedes-Benz, Lewis Hamilton in practice 3 at times looked pretty quick. The thing is, though, in the end, he ended up half a second away from Max Verstappen, so maybe in the end, when Red Bull and Ferrari properly got setting some good laps, maybe Mercedes weren't actually that quick in reality. But another thing that, say in Mercedes' favour, is that Lewis Hamilton, with his laps, he didn't really do any smooth laps, I would say, in practice 3, where he did, the best sectors he could have done on his quick laps. So I think there is more potential there to come from Lewis Hamilton's laps, and I think there's more potential to come from the Mercedes car if Hamilton can keep the car in check and not, lose the car, the rear end, especially in that section of the track, the start of the final sector, turn 13, 14, 15, the Mercedes car looking pretty bad through there, and that's definitely, hurting them in regards to their, trying to compete with, or them trying to compete rather, with Ferrari and Red Bull. But their pace ultimately is not looking as bad as I expected. Interestingly, though, this man on screen, George Russell, was quite slow in practice 3. He was behind Fernando Alonso, and he was a few tenths of a second slower than Hamilton. Did struggle quite a bit, Russell. Had a few very Larry moments, a few Tokyo Drift moments as well on the exit of turn 1. So Russell clearly not as happy with the handling of the car. And the Mercedes car definitely seems to be on the very edge of grip, and sometimes a bit too close to the very edge around this track. But I think if they can get a lap hooked together in Q3, I think they've got a chance of a decent result. And, well, we know with Perez and Leclerc's penalties coming, as long as they qualify Mercedes 5th and 6th, then they will be, 3rd and 4th on the grid. So it will be, a good starting position for them. And if they've got good race pace, which I haven't really looked at the data from Friday to see if they have got good race pace, but if they have, it's a position where from they can maybe contend for victory on Sunday. You never know. But Mercedes looking, better than expected, but I'm not sure still they are ultimately close enough to actually get on pole position or compete for 2nd or 3rd in this session. Coming up, now we'll go on to the midfield quickly. And before I get onto the midfield, one thing I am going to do is post a link of the stream out a couple more times, guys, and then we'll get into the rest of the teams. Let me just quickly do this. And let me know in chat, what do you think is going to happen for Red Bull, Ferrari, and Mercedes? Do you think that Max Verstappen will end up a pole position? Do you think Ferrari can just about snatch P1 in this session? Or do you think even Mercedes with Lewis Hamilton can get pole position? Let me know in the live chat, and I'll get to your comments later on before, of course, we get into qualifying itself. Right, let me just post the link out on Twitter. And then we'll get into the midfield teams. Oh, no. I have seen. Chris Medlin tweeted it. Dietrich Mateschitz, Red Bull owner, has died at the age of 78. That's sad. That's very sad. So rest in peace to him. And let's get some RIPs in the chat, please. Because, that's sad news. Right, let me just quickly post this out on Twitter. And obviously that's going to be another shadow hanging over Red Bull for this session. Let me just get this link quickly posted out on Twitter. Thanks as well to Niblo, who's messaged me, letting me know that as well. That piece of news. Right, let me just get a few hashtags done. And then should be able to crack on with the rest of this build-up for qualifying. Let me just do a couple more hashtags quickly. And keep your comments coming in the chat. And there you go. I think that's all of them now. All of the hashtags. And sad news about the Red Bull owner, who obviously did, such a great job with what he did with Red Bull. And that's going to be hard for the Red Bull people to take. And yeah, good to see some RIPs in the chat. Yeah, sad news. If you're wondering, he was the Dietrich Mateschitz. He was the co-founder and owner of Red Bull. Yeah, sad news there. But yeah, there's not really much sorry. There's not really much else to say in regards to that. To be honest, obviously I didn't know the guy and I don't have a great knowledge of him. So yeah, there's not really much else for me to say. So what I'm going to do is move on to the midfield teams and then we'll go to you guys in the chat to see what you guys have to say going into qualifying and get your predictions as well. So for McLaren, in practice 3, they didn't look that quick, unfortunately. Yeah, they were, I think Norris was just inside the top 10, and you had Ricardo well outside the top 10. Ricardo, not really, with great pace in the end. It's surprising, though, with McLaren, because, and I know Ricardo was 3rd in practice 2, but that practice session was literally meaningless because of the tyre testing they did. It's rare that McLaren are this consistently off the pace in practice. Normally in practice, they tend to be actually a lot quicker than they turn out to be in reality when we get to qualifying and the race itself. So I am a bit worried with McLaren in regards to their pace. Maybe the wind speed is really affecting their car. I'm not sure, but yeah, it's sorry, I'm just watching the Sky F1 coverage to see what they're going on about here. I think they're I don't think they're actually talking about the breaking news that's happened, or maybe they've already mentioned it. But what do you call it? Yeah, with McLaren, it's again surprising that we've not seen a turn in pace from them really so far this weekend. Maybe when qualifying comes, we'll actually see the pace I expected coming into this weekend from them, which was for them to be having, say, Norris 7th or 8th, and then Ricardo, say, just outside the top 10, something like that, or maybe just inside the top 10. That's what I was expecting, and maybe we will see that in the end. But we haven't seen anything like that so far this weekend. But one thing they do need, with Fernando Alonso and the Alpine taking a penalty, the 5-place penalty, they do need a big result here in qualifying to take advantage. And talking of Alpine, let's move on to them now. And yeah, Fernando Alonso takes a new ICE, therefore he'll be taking taking a 5-place penalty, and he'll be starting probably 12th or 13th on the grid for the US Grand Prix this weekend. So from McLaren's point of view, like I said, they need to try and take advantage of that. Thankfully, though, Esteban Ocon, who doesn't have a penalty, has a new upgrade to his floor, the floor edge, I believe. And if it does help their pace even more, then we could see Esteban Ocon have a very good result here in qualifying. Esteban has had a couple good weekends here in the past in America. I think he qualified 6th here in 2018, I think it was, or 7th in 2018, and then he had a 7th or 8th in 2017 as well, before India. So he's got some good pace around here, historically speaking, as Esteban. And Alpine, with their pace, looking at practice 3, looked to be quicker than McLaren. So things are looking good. And really, even with Fernando Alonso's 5-place penalty, all they have to do, Alpine, is get both cars into Q3 for every Grand Prix remaining this season, and they should be able then in the races to turn that into enough points finishes for them to finish 4th in the championship. So as long as they get both cars into Q3, I think that'd be a good job for them, and I think they will get both cars into Q3. Esteban Ocon will probably start tomorrow's Grand Prix in 7th or something like that, 7th or 8th. But then Fernando Alonso, like I said, he'll probably qualify Alonso 7th or 8th, but then have to drop back 12th or 13th place. So, yeah, not great for him, but I'm sure he'll make progress back up in Sunday's US Grand Prix. But Alpine got a quick car, by the looks of it so far, quicker than McLaren, and things looking very good going towards the end of the season. Now, going on to Alfa Romeo, Valtteri Bottas earlier in practice 3 was pretty quick in the Alfa Romeo. I think he ended up in the top 10 or just outside the top 10, but he was, I think, in the top 10 for a while towards the end of that session. So they've got decent pace, Alfa Romeo, but just nothing special or maybe enough to see them in the top 10. If they were to qualify in the top 10, though, that would be a crucial result for them because obviously they are now only 7 points clear of Aston Martin and they need somehow to grab a couple points at least from the remaining races to keep them in 6th place because Aston Martin are on the hunt currently for that 6th position. So if Alfa Romeo can, say, with the penalties that Leclerc and Alonso and Zhou, Zhou does have a penalty, I just remembered that. Zhou Guan Yu, if you're wondering, has a 5-place penalty as well for a new ICE. So really, the focus in this session for Alfa Romeo is on Valtteri Bottas, and Zhou didn't do any single lap running, I don't believe, in practice 3. They only did heavy fuel race runs with Zhou in practice 3. So, yeah, the focus on Valtteri Bottas, and with Leclerc's penalty and Alonso's penalty, if Bottas can qualify 13th, 12th, 13th, something like that, then that'd be a decent starting position for him. And then maybe, because Alfa Romeo, we do know, still, even at this point of the season, have decent race pace, maybe he can then grab a point or two from tomorrow's Grand Prix. But, yeah, we'll see what happens. I don't really know what to expect with Alfa Romeo. I think Bottas will probably get into Q2, but I'm just not sure where he will end up. Like I said, with Zhou Guan Yu, he has a 5-place penalty. He will probably start the race tomorrow from the back or almost at the very back because I don't expect Zhou to be very quick here. Zhou has never raced around this circuit, so it's not realistic, I think, for Zhou to be, right up there for Alfa Romeo. But we'll see what they can manage in qualifying. The Haas F1, obviously home Grand Prix. It's not been a good home Grand Prix so far. Obviously, Antonio Giovinazzi, their reserve driver, crashed in practice 1. And then Mick Schumacher had an ERS water pump failure in practice 3 that cost him a lot of time on track. And looking at what their pace was like in practice 3, it looked to be pretty mediocre. At best, they're probably going to get one of their cars into Q2, but most likely it will be, one car into Q2 and then another car quite far back getting eliminated in Q1, unfortunately. Haas just don't have the pace, and we know this season that their development has been absolutely terrible pretty much the whole season, as they've not really got any better during 2022. But let's see what they can do at the home Grand Prix. Bit more motivation for their drivers to do well. Maybe that'll spur them on to a good result. For AlphaTauri, they've not really done anything this week in AlphaTauri. I mean, they've done a lot of running, but we haven't seen really any pace from them that could suggest that they're going to be anything special this weekend. I think Pierre Gasly ended up in P10 in practice 3, so maybe they do have the pace to cause a bit of a surprise. And do watch out for Pierre Gasly because he has been in a good run of form as of late in the last 5-6 races. Yeah, watch out for him. It's hard to say really with AlphaTauri how they're going to do because, again, we haven't seen much of them this weekend. Looking at the track layout, it shouldn't really suit their car. It should be really a track that is a bit poor for them because they do struggle with stability in the high-speed corners, and there's quite a few high-speed corners where you need to be stable through with, obviously these cars. So, yeah, it's a bit surprising that Gasly was in the top 10 in practice 3, but we'll see whether he can maintain that in quali. Do watch out for Gasly because even though he's not had the best season, again, He's in a good run of form, and we know from last year that on a Saturday, he is very, very good and very, very strong. So again, watch out for Pierre Gasly. The final couple teams, let me just scroll up so you can actually see the bloody car of Sebastian Vettel. Aston Martin have been very quick this weekend. Both cars, for a while in practice 3, were in the top 10. I think Sebastian Vettel did end up in 9th, was it? And Stroll, I think, ended up just outside the top 10. So they've got decent pace. But again, with Aston Martin, I don't want to get ahead of myself because we know from so many qualifying sessions this year that they disappoint us. They'll show good pace on a Friday, even a Saturday morning or Saturday afternoon practice 3 session before qualifying, and then they'll go and get knocked out in Q1 with both cars. They're that type of team, or Aston Martin. So, yeah, I don't really know exactly what to say about them. They've got a good car. There's no doubt about that. I think they'll have a very good car tomorrow, but whether they get a properly good result today, and say so with Sebastian Vettel has looked very good this weekend. If he ends up, can he replicate what he did yesterday? Or not yesterday, sorry, what he did 2 weeks ago in Japan, where he got into the top 10? We'll have to see. It would be great if he could do that. But, yeah, I can't really say much more about them, again, with Aston Martin, because they are, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. In practice, they look like a very competent and very good midfield team. And then in qualifying, they just look like absolute dog shit. As I'm just looking at the Sky F1 broadcast at the minute, Simon Lazenby talking to Christian Horner, the Red Bull team boss. The reason he's talking to him now, so close to qualifying, of course, is because of the news that the Red Bull owner, Dietrich Mateschitz, has sadly passed away. Yeah, RIP to him. And obviously did a great job with what he's done with Red Bull. And not just with, the company, and he obviously was a co-founder, but he did a great job, getting Red Bull into Formula 1 and committing as much as he did. And finally, we will go on to Williams, and Alex Alban didn't look too bad in practice 3, but I'm going to stick with my prediction, my earlier prediction with Williams of them being shit slow and being the slowest team this weekend. I just don't think they've got a car that's good enough for this circuit. So I think you'll see Williams, both cars, knocked out in Q1. And I'll cut back to these pictures now. And yeah, we've got just over 15 minutes to go until qualifying begins. And yeah, Christian Horner looks pretty emotional to me on the Sky F1 broadcast. And to be honest, it would be, and I'm not a fan of Red Bull at all. I'm not a fan of any team, but it would be nice if Red Bull got pole position here and won this race as a tribute. And I'm sure they'll be out in force wearing black armbands tomorrow, and there'll be tributes to him as well. And like I said, it'd be a great thing if they did win this weekend. And let me just look at my DMs quickly. I'm being notified. So yeah, let me know, guys, in chat. How do you think the teams will do in qualifying? And if you want to, as well, give your thoughts as to the news about the passing of Dietrich Mateschitz, the Red Bull owner, then make sure to post your thoughts or tributes in the chat, and I'll make sure to read them out before the qualifying session does begin, as qualifying begins in just over 15 minutes time. One thing I will say quickly is, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because we do obviously qualifying and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix in 2022, and tomorrow I'll be live for quite a long time covering race day at the US Grand Prix. I'll be going live at 6 p.m. UK time for the race preview for the 2022 United States Grand Prix. And then that'll be lasting, obviously, until 7:30. Then at 7:30 p.m. UK time until 10 p.m. I'll be live for the race Watchalong. The race starts at 8 p.m. UK time. And then for an hour after the race finishes, I'll be reacting with you guys to the events of the Grand Prix. And I'll be live on Monday evening as well at 6 p.m. UK time to cover the Red Bull cost cap saga and cover the updates to the situation. So yeah, I'll be doing that on Monday at 6 p.m. UK time. And for everyone watching right now, don't forget to smash that like button to help the channel grow. Obviously, the more likes the stream gets, it does help the channel. So yeah, that'd be great if you could do that. But yeah, I'm going to leave you guys to keep posting your comments in chat. Then just hold on, just looking on Twitter to see if there's any other news. Obviously, the main news is the passing of the Red Bull owner and co-founder. And yeah, there's no other news than that. I was just going to say, one thing I'm going to do quickly is I'm going to have a drink. So my throat is quite sore at the moment. And then I'll come to your comments in chat. So in chat, let me know again your predictions for qualifying. I want you to post in the chat right now, everyone watching, your top 5 predictions for qualifying today. Who do you think is getting pole position? I will also do a poll in chat in the next few minutes, so don't worry about that. I'll do that in a moment. But yeah, let me know in chat your top 5 predictions for qualifying today, and I'll get to them in a second. Before I have my sip of water, I'll quickly say what my prediction is. I think it'll be Verstappen, Leclerc, Sainz, Perez, and then Hamilton. That's my top 5 for qualifying. Again, let me know in the chat what you think. But I'm going to have a quick sip of water, and then I'll get to your comments in a moment. Right, hopefully that should be a bit better. And I think, how do you do it again? The poll. I'm trying to remember how you do it. Right, there you go. Let me just quickly create this poll in the chat, and I'm going to ask you guys what you think is going to happen and who is most likely to get pole position. So, who do you think will get pole? And I'll just quickly put the options and then see what you guys vote for. Let me just quickly do it. Only allowed 4 options, unfortunately. But I'll now post it. There you go. So there is the poll at the very top of the live chat. Make sure to vote in that poll. Who do you think will get pole position? Let me know in that poll. And after, I don't know, between 50 and 100 votes at least, I will end it and see what you guys have to say. But again, my prediction is it'll be Max Verstappen getting pole position, with Leclerc 2nd, Sainz 3rd, Perez 4th, Hamilton 5th. The reason I've not put Perez on that poll list is because I was only allowed 4 options, so I went for the 4 I don't know, most interesting names, I guess you could say. But yeah, keep voting on that, guys. Again, very top of the live chat. Make sure to keep voting on it. Looks as though most of you so far are voting for Max Verstappen. at 53% now. Leclerc at 35, and then third place at the minute looks to be Lewis Hamilton, just ahead of Carlos Sainz. Yeah, keep those votes coming as we're just 10 minutes away, thankfully, from qualifying. As Sky F1 are doing a very interesting piece. Or they were doing a very interesting piece on a startup Indy Lights team, or something like that, called Force Indy. I ought to give that a watch when I can. But looking at the circuit, by the way, in terms of the weather, it still looks to be pretty sunny, and the wind, I think, may have dropped by the looks of it, but it's still going to be prevalent. And how many votes have we got now? So we've got 57 votes. So let's try and get, I don't know, another 10 to 20 votes in the chat, and then I'll end the poll. Because I want to make sure I get, a decent amount of people. How many is watching? We've already got, I think, 60 votes, so let's try and get another 10, 15 more. As bouncing past the Sky F1 presenters is George Russell, about 1 million miles an hour, getting ready for qualifying, going to his garage. And be interesting to see with Russell how he does. Obviously, in my poll there, I didn't include him because he's been very slow. From what I've seen so far this weekend, in practice 3, he was at least half a second slower than Hamilton, which is not normally the case this year. So, yeah. And they've just cut to Ted Kravitz, who, stood in the pit lane, and it's definitely less windy and definitely cooling down. The sun is more hazy by the looks of it at the moment. Yeah, we're just, 8 minutes or so away from the start of qualifying. Right, so I will now end that poll. And there you go. So the results of the poll, 78 votes in total. Thank you guys for voting. So you guys voted Max Verstappen to get pole, Leclerc, the second option at 28%, Hamilton, the third option at 15%, and then Carlos Sainz, the fourth option, the final option, at 5%. So maybe that's what you guys think will be the top 4 on the grid. Verstappen, Leclerc, Hamilton, Sainz, which would be an interesting top 4. And it would lead to a Max Verstappen, Lewis Hamilton front row, with Hamilton having the inside line for turn 1, which I think we would be very excited for, no doubt about it. But just another 7 minutes to go until qualifying. Now, normally, in the build-up to qualifying, right before we get into the session itself, I will normally show some stats regarding qualifying with certain teams and drivers and their history around here. Now, unfortunately, I didn't make any for today. The reason is because I didn't do a qualifying preview, which I was going to do, but the reason I didn't do one is because, with the qualifying preview, I decided not to do it because there wasn't enough data or stuff really to do a qualifying preview for today, which is why I didn't create any. So the only other thing I've got to get onto before we get into the session is quickly the World Championship standings, just so you guys know what they are before we get into qualifying itself. So yeah, we'll get into that in I don't know, 4 or 5 minutes time, something like that. But I'll read out a final few comments from you guys in chat, and then we will get into the session. How many times has Leclerc started on pole and managed to finish in first? Asks Hunter. Twice? Yeah, twice. Bahrain and Melbourne. If you're talking just about 2022, yeah, Bahrain and Melbourne. The only other two for his whole career would be Spa and Monza. I think he's had 5 F1 wins in his career. Yeah, he has 5 F1 wins. 4 of them, he started from pole position. So, yeah. A good record to have for Leclerc. Anders Ericsson says, love the look of that Haas. Yeah, it's a nice looking car. Not the best looking on the grid, obviously, but it's a decent looking car. Ewok says Latifi or Gotifi will break the lap record today. That would be something else. Let's see if I can find some other comments here quick. Hunter asks, will Leclerc start from the back of the grid irrespective of qualifying outcome? From what I've seen so far, he only has, at the minute, Leclerc, a 10-place grid penalty, which is for a new ICE and turbo. So, and that's 5 places for each new part there. 5 places for the ICE and 5 for the new turbo. So, yeah, only 10 places he'll go back on the grid so far, but maybe he'll go back even further and even start from the pit lane. Who knows? As the F1 intro now begins to play, and I think at this point that I may as well get all of my stuff ready and get into qualifying now. Quickly though, before we get into qualifying, let me just quickly show the championship standings going into this session. Max Verstappen, of course, sorry, if I can speak English, is the world champion. He won the championship last Grand Prix at Suzuka, so that's why he has the C next to his name. Sergio Perez is currently in a great fight with Charles Leclerc for second in the championship. Perez leading it by a point, and obviously Perez having a better grid penalty situation. Perez only taking 5 places back, and Leclerc is at the moment only going back 10 places. It means that Perez has the advantage for this weekend, but we'll see how they do in qualifying. George Russell is 4th in a close fight with Carlos Sainz for 4th in the championship. Sainz obviously in P5, 5 points behind. Lewis Hamilton is in 6th, with Norris in 7th, Ocon 8th, Alonso 9th, and Valtteri Bottas in 10th. And for the constructor side, Red Bull can wrap up the constructors title this weekend. They need to outscore Ferrari by, I think, 18 or 19 points to win the Constructors' World Championship. And with Leclerc's penalty of at least 10 places, that's definitely possible. And yeah, Ferrari is second, 165 points behind, I think, at the moment. Mercedes are third and destined to finish there. Alpine, 13 points clear of McLaren in 4th. Alfa Romeo 6th and 7 points clear of Aston Martin. Haas are 8th with AlphaTauri 9th, both level on points. And Williams last in the championship in 10th. And now I will get all of these graphics out of the way. And get, hold on, the graphics up, obviously, for the session. Let me just quickly adjust this picture into a better position. And obviously, Q1, as I'm sure plenty of you will know, is a 18-minute long session. I'll sync up the timer at the 17-minute mark, though. Let me just quickly get that sorted. And there you go. And great to see a brilliant crowd here. The air temperature has actually gone up from practice 3. It's now 30 degrees air temperature, 30 degrees Celsius. Track temperature has slightly gone down, and the wind speed has dropped by a few kilometers an hour as well. So the conditions not as bad as they were in practice 3. And I'll just quickly get out my dotted line to illustrate where the cutoff zone is. And I'll just quickly resize it. You guys can see clearly where the cutoff zone is. And there you go. So anyone obviously below that dotted line will be out in Q1, as Max Verstappen already in his Red Bull. And obviously with the death of the Red Bull owner Dietrich Mateschitz, both Red Bulls will be looking to get a great result here, especially for him. And Charles Leclerc also in his Ferrari car be looking to do, the best he can, which obviously is what qualifying is all about. But so, especially here, he can get as high a grid position with that 10th place penalty coming. Fernando Alonso also with a 5th place penalty. He'll be looking to get probably 7th here in qualifying, so he can start only just outside the top 10. And with how great he normally starts races, he'll probably reclaim that ground quite quickly. Sergio Perez as well. He'll be taking a 5th place grid penalty. And it'll be interesting to see how he does in tomorrow's Grand Prix, coming back from probably 8th or 9th on the grid, realistically. Maybe 7th, who knows? As Lewis Hamilton, we're just looking at who's getting belted up and ready for the session. And, of course, plenty of Mercedes and Lewis Hamilton fans here at the US Grand Prix. And the session, by the way, has now started. Started about 30 or 25 seconds ago. And the first cars on track are Alex Alban and Mick Schumacher, I believe. And then there's an Alfa Romeo and another Williams of Nicholas Latifi just behind them. So qualifying at the Circuit of Americas is underway. And we'll see, with the wind speed 23.7 kilometers an hour, which is, about 5 kilometers an hour slower than it was in practice 3. We'll see how quick a lap sorry. We'll see how quick the lap times will be in these early runs. Max Verstappen did a 1:35.8, I think it was, as the quickest time in practice 3. So we'll see whether, Red Bull and Ferrari can get straight onto that pace. And I've already missed the syncing up point for the timer, so I'll make sure to do it in a half a minute's time at the 16-minute mark. Sorry about that, guys. But as usual, when I ramble, I forget to do things. And the Alfa Romeo on track is Zhou Guanyu, who also has a 5-place grid penalty. And a lot of those cars that have already come out on track now coming around to start their flying laps. And the timer, I'll put on screen right there. There you go. 16 minutes to go in Q1. As Zhou Guanyu begins his first attempt at a qualifying lap here at COTA. The first time in his career. He's never raced around here before, has the Chinese driver. He's had a good turn 1 so far, as he now comes into the first sector. And the Alfa Romeo handling well, I'd say, considering the conditions. As here's a good eye view visor cam of Zhou through the first sector. And yeah, the Alfa Romeo looking pretty good through that sector. As Zhou now into turn 11. And it's been a good lap so far. Hit the apex there of turn 11 pretty well, which a lot of drivers were not able to do in practice 3 earlier. As Zhou now runs down to turn 12 after the long back straight, where the majority of overtaking will take place tomorrow. And Zhou has done a decent middle sector, but it's not a purple middle sector for for what drivers have done laps so far. And Latifi has completed the middle sector on his lap so far, as well as Alex Alban does the first lap time of the session. and goes quickest. Well, not anymore because now Mick Schumacher goes quickest. But let's see what Zhou Guanyu can do. He goes second, does Zhou. So Schumacher is quickest. And then it is Zhou in second. Let me just move them up the order. Obviously, it doesn't help when they're so far down. Yeah, Zhou is in second. And then Alex Alban is currently in third as Kevin Magnussen is about to complete his first lap. Latifi, for some reason, pitted. I didn't see what happened with his lap. Maybe he made a mistake that I missed. Yeah, the top three, Schumacher, Zhou, Alban. Kevin Magnussen only goes fourth, 3.5 tenths nearly behind his teammate Mick Schumacher, as the Red Bulls are now on track. We've got Verstappen, Leclerc, Sainz, Perez, Hamilton, Alonso, Russell, Vettel, Stroll, Gasly, Norris, Ocon, Ricardo, and Tsunoda on outlaps currently. Yeah, Magnussen up to P4. And if you're wondering what the tyre compounds are this weekend, it is the C4, C3, and C2. So, yeah, decently soft tyres. And it should lead to, probably tomorrow, a 2-stop Grand Prix. Especially if there are close fights out there and the drivers are having to push a bit harder than normal. As Max Verstappen, the reigning 2-time world champion, now begins his first qualifying attempt at the hazy Circuit of Americas, and Perez begins his first attempt as well. Bit wide through turn 1, but nothing terrible. As Verstappen now comes into the first sector, let's see how much quicker he is compared to Schumacher in that first sector. And half a second quicker, so already smashing in some good sectors. Mick Schumacher's quickest time so far is a 1:37.8, which is not quick at all, really. I think actually Schumacher was probably quicker than that in practice 3. So, yeah, not very quick at all. And Leclerc, even quicker than Verstappen by another 3-4 hundredths of a second. So, yeah, those times by Schumacher, Zhou, Alban, Magnussen, not quick whatsoever. As Verstappen exits turn 12, and his middle sector is 1.2 seconds quicker than Mick Schumacher. So this lap will probably, well, he'll go quickest, obviously, but he will probably do a late 1:35, maybe, at best, or an early, or a low, rather, 1:36, as Leclerc has not had the best middle sector, but that's not really surprising, as the Red Bull does tend to be quicker in the middle sector. As Verstappen comes to the line and does a 1:35.8, a very good final sector. And that's the best time he did in practice 3. Sergio Perez goes second for Red Bull. Here comes Charles Leclerc, who goes quickest by 7 hundredths of a second to a 1:35.7. So already lapping at the same pace as practice 3. Lando Norris has gone up to 4th. George Russell, through the first 2 sectors, is about half a second down on Leclerc. Hamilton only a 1/10.5 down, so Hamilton's lapping well. Russell goes 4th, and he's exactly Russell, 0.4 of a second slower than Leclerc with that lap. And Lewis Hamilton now comes to the line, and Hamilton goes 3rd, 3.5 tenths of a second slower than Leclerc. So decent first run there for Mercedes. And the current top 5, Leclerc, Verstappen, Hamilton, Perez, and Russell. Lance Stroll is now 6th, with Norris in 7th. Sebastian Vettel is in 8th place. Well, not anymore, because we've got Pierre Gasly up to 7th in the AlphaTauri. As here comes Fernando Alonso to the line with his first lap of the session, and he goes up to 6th, and Esteban Ocon only goes 12th, so must have made a mistake or something on that lap. So Alonso up to 6th, and the top 10, as Valtteri Bottas goes 7th with his first lap, which is very impressive. Your top 10 currently: Leclerc, Verstappen, Hamilton, Perez, Russell. Verstappen complaining about cars on the racing line. It was really dangerous. I don't think they were really on the racing line. Actually, I think he was talking about turn 17, which, yeah, kind of is, but at least he had time to react. But yeah, the top 10 currently is Leclerc, Verstappen, Hamilton, Perez, Russell, Alonso, Bottas, Stroll, Gasly, Norris. And then you got Vettel in 11th. Esteban Ocon is 12th. Tsunoda is 13th, with Alban in 14th and Ricardo in P15. Latifi is on a flying lap this time, I believe. Carlos Sainz is, and he's about to finish that lap, and he goes quickest by half a second. What a first flying lap there for the Spaniard, and goes onto a 1:35.2. Does Carlos Sainz. So let me just update that. So Sainz from Leclerc. And Mick Schumacher, I saw, just went up to 12th place. So there you go. Well, actually, Zhou Guanyu has pushed him down to 13th, because Zhou has now gone into 10th. Your top 10 is Sainz, Leclerc, Verstappen, Hamilton, Perez, Russell, Alonso, Bottas, Stroll, and Zhou. As Nicholas Latifi completes his first flying lap and goes 16th, which is actually a pretty good run there for Latifi. So we've got almost 6.5 minutes to go in Q1. Again, the top 10, like I said. And then you got Gasly in 11th, Norris 12th, Schumacher 13th, Vettel 14th, Ocon 15th. And currently in the drop zone, Latifi, Tsunoda, Alban, Ricardo 19th, and Magnussen 20th. That's a bit surprising that Ricardo is that far down. I know he's not had the greatest season, but still. That is a bit of a surprise. As Max Verstappen is back in the garage, and I don't think we'll see him come out again, or the Ferraris either, because, yeah, they've done easily quick enough laps to get into Q2. So we're now looking at Tsunoda, I believe that is, in his car in the garage in 17th place. And yeah, Carlos Sainz, if he can produce that pace, as he was 0.2 quicker in the first sector compared to Verstappen, and 3.5 quicker than Verstappen in the final sector, with them level in the middle sector. If he can produce that in Q3, then that would be brilliant for Ferrari, as Zhou Guanyu has had his lap time deleted, so Zhou drops from 10th to last. Let me just update that. So in the drop zone now, it's Tsunoda, Alban, Ricardo, Magnussen, Zhou, Latifi. 15th, he's currently on his way with 5 minutes to go. On his way into Q2. We're looking at a replay here of Alban saying, did you see Lewis there? Yeah, Lewis turned 2. And then them saying, yeah, we saw Lewis turn. Not quite sure how that really blocked Alban. I mean, yeah, he wouldn't have had the best run for turn 2, but didn't really affect him, to be honest. But Williams don't look too bad with their pace at the minute. They're only a couple tenths away from cars ahead. Are Williams. So yeah, looking not too bad for them. As we're looking at Kevin Magnussen, who obviously will want to do better than 19th. His teammate though, Mick Schumacher, that's a really good lap he's done so far, P12. If Magnussen gets knocked out in Q1 and Schumacher gets into Q2 in the top of position he's in at the minute, that would be a big moment for Mick in trying to keep his Haas F1 seat. As now the cars are heading back out onto track, except for probably the top 6, which obviously are the top 3 teams, Ferrari, Red Bull, Mercedes. And yeah, the drivers to look out for here, I think, really, are Ricardo, Magnussen, Zhou. I still think the 2 Williamses will be knocked out in Q1. Be interesting to see how Tsunoda does. We haven't really seen anything of him this weekend, to be fair. And it will be interesting as well to see how Valtteri Bottas does, because he's currently Bottas in 8th. And still in the pit lane, I think Valtteri. Nope, there you go. He's coming out of the pit lane now, along with his teammate, Zhou Guanyu. So it'll be interesting to see whether Bottas can maintain his top 10 position, because that would be great for Alfa Romeo. As we're looking at Tsunoda going through turn 12. According to AWS, their projected knockout time is a 1:37.1, which is only a tenth and a half, 2 tenths quicker than what Tsunoda has done, for example, so far. So I think they might be a bit wrong with that. I think it'll be a bit quicker than that, a 1:37.1. It'd probably be like a late 1:36, like a 36.9, maybe a 36.8. So there's Jamie Chadwick, development driver at Williams, and I think now a 3-time W Series champion. They would have been racing this weekend, but obviously the W Series has basically gone bankrupt. As everyone on track, except for the 2 Ferraris and Red Bulls, and the Mercedes, joining the track as well. So let's see, with Yuki Tsunoda, whether he can get into Q2. He's had some decent qualifying results as of late, Tsunoda. It would be a shame if he got knocked out in Q1, as he had a good turn 1 and turn 2 there. Now into turn 4, 5, 6, and 7. Some absolutely brilliant corners. And he's done a personal best first sector, but it's a tenth of a second slower than Latifi. Latifi, an absolute god in that first sector. As Tsunoda comes down to turn 11. And Ricardo, let's see what his first sector is looking like compared to Latifi. Ricardo, slower than Latifi in the first sector, but personal best, so I guess that's something. As Ocon has done a decent first sector. Ocon in 14th and at risk for sure of being knocked out. As Tsunoda didn't quite see what he did for the middle sector there, but it is a personal best. So surely this will get him, at the minute, into Q2. But whether it'll be good enough, who knows. Ricardo is about to complete the middle sector. What's his mid-sector looking like? It's not great. He's a tenth and a half slower than Latifi. I'm not sure he's got the pace here, Ricardo. Has Tsunoda got the pace to get into Q2? Yes, he has. Tsunoda, who doesn't even do a personal best final sector, goes up to 9th place. Here comes Daniel Ricciardo as Pierre Gasly goes 8th. For AlphaTauri, checkered flag now flying. Here comes Ricciardo round the final corner. Can he get into Q2? Yes, for the moment he does. He goes up to 13th. Does Ricciardo. Esteban Ocon only goes 14th. He's at risk there, massive risk. Kevin Magnussen goes 13th for the Haas F1 team. And Ocon now pushed down to 15th. In the drop zone at the minute, Norris, Schumacher, Latifi, Alban, And Joe Norris now goes up to 8th place. Let me just update that. As Zhou Guanyu, currently in 20th, goes all the way up to P10. So that is Zhou into the next part of qualifying. Alex Alban goes 15th. Is that good enough? Let's see. And Latifi, he's on a final lap here. Can Nicholas Latifi get into Q2? Comes to the line. No, he can't. He qualifies in last. But we have some big surprises as to who is knocked out in Q1. But let me just go through the order and the drivers who have got through to Q2. So the drivers into Q2: Sainz, Leclerc, Verstappen, Hamilton, Perez, Russell, Alonso, Norris. Hold on, let's see a replay of Mick Schumacher. And oh dear, for Mick. Had a very poor turn one there. Did a complete 360. He missed the apex a bit, and the car just bounced a bit too much through the corner, and obviously unsettled the car, lost the rear end, and then did a complete 360. So Mick Schumacher ending up out in Q1. But yeah, your drivers into Q2: Sainz, Leclerc, Verstappen, Hamilton, Perez, Russell, Alonso, Norris, Gasly, Zhou, Vettel, Bottas in 12th, Tsunoda 13th, Stroll 14th, Alban 15th. Well done to Alex Alban. The knocked out guys in Q1: Kevin Magnussen, Daniel Ricciardo, Esteban Ocon. What a surprise for those two. Mick Schumacher in 19th, and 20th, Nicholas Latifi. And I'll now get things ready for Q2. But yeah, Ricardo and Ocon out. That is definitely not what we thought could happen today. Ocon, in the end, his laps in Q1 were just simply not good enough. Did quite a poor final attempt. He didn't really improve by that much. He only improved by like a couple positions, and that's what saw him end up in 18th, which again is quite poor. But for Ricardo, I mean, it is surprising that Ricardo got knocked out, objectively, because he's in a McLaren car that should be good enough, really, to get into the top 10 most weekends in qualifying. But Ricardo has had a few races this season where he's been knocked out in Q1, so it's not as surprising as Ocon being knocked out. And Sky F1 have now gone to an ad break, so we'll see when Q2 gets underway. Obviously, Q2, 15 minutes long session. I'll get the dotted line out quickly so I can illustrate where the cutoff zone is. Q2. And let me just make it maybe slightly smaller. If I can. There you go. That's better. And I think that's just about good enough. So obviously, in between those two dotted lines, whoever's knocked out in Q2 at the end, or in those positions, in between the two dotted lines at the end of Q2 will be out in those positions. So it would be, if it finished how it did in Q1, Vettel, Bottas, Tsunoda, Stroll, and Alban. And to be honest, looking at Q2, I think Tsunoda and Alban likely, I think, to go out in Q2. Probably one of the Aston Martins as well. Vettel and Bottas, though, look pretty quick. And it was interesting that Zhou Guanyu went up into P10 again, obviously, after he, had his time deleted, that he was still able to deliver the same lap, pretty much, compared to what he did previously. And Q2 should be underway in a couple minutes' time. I'll sync up the timer at the 14-minute mark. You guys, I'll just adjust this picture slightly. There you go. And unfortunately, there appears to be some disgusting comments on Twitter in regards to the death of the co-founder and owner of Red Bull, which it's not really a surprise because Twitter is literally a cesspit for humanity. And most times, Twitter is literally just bottom of the barrel type of stuff, and very, what do you call it? Depraved, I guess. I mean, it's maybe not the worst website out there. There's definitely worse websites out there, but yeah, it's bad. Twitter, a good idea, I guess you could call it, but on reflection, quite toxic. But Q2 is about to start, and they've come back from the ad break now. And yeah, in just a few moments, we'll get Q2 underway. Looking at the drivers that should get into Q3, yeah, top three teams: Sainz, Leclerc, Verstappen, Perez, Hamilton, Russell, obviously. Alonso and Norris probably as well. You could bank on getting to the top 10. Outside of that, it's a fight really between Gasly, maybe Tsunoda, but I think realistically he's probably going to go out in Q2 here with Alban. So realistically for me, it's a fight between Gasly, the 2 Alfa Romeos, and 2 Aston Martins. As Q2 has officially begun, like I said, I'll sync up the timer in about 40 seconds time. There's no cars on track yet, so don't worry, you're not missing out on anything. As Charles Leclerc still sat in the garage, getting refueled. So he'll be out on track in a few moments. Looks as though Lando Norris might be coming out on track in a second. There's some movement going around, or going on, in the Alpine garage as well. And obviously they have a car in Q2, being Fernando Alonso. There you go, 14 minutes to go until the end of Q2. And the first car on track appears to be a Williams of Alexander Alban. But like I said, what a job he did to get into Q2, because I didn't think Williams would have the pace to be able to do that. So, yeah, great job there by Alban to deliver. And he's had a very good season, has Alex. And definitely, I wouldn't say he's massively raised his stock to the point of like people talking about him maybe, racing for Red Bull again, or being a, say, upper midfield team or a front running team, but he's definitely raised his stock. There is no doubt about that. But I wouldn't say he's massively raised it to the point of being, talked about again as a driver that should get another chance at Red Bull, which I don't think will ever happen. I don't see Alban racing for Red Bull again. I think that'd be quite a surprise, because to be honest, if Gasly never got another chance, I don't see why Alban would, given what Gasly has done for AlphaTauri since he rejoined them in mid-2019. Looks as though Max Verstappen is about to come onto the track in a few moments. And at the moment, we've got Gasly, Zhou, Vettel, Bottas, Tsunoda, Stroll, and Alban on the track. Alex Alban will be the first driver to set a lap here in Q2, as he just comes into the final couple corners. Obviously, babying the tyres, doesn't want to take too much life out of them. Tyres do get an absolute pounding, especially the front tyres around the Circuit of America's track. And Alban begins his first attempt at getting into Q3, even though chances of that are pretty low. Into turn 1 he comes. Pretty good run through turn 1 for Alban there. And now into the meat of the first sector. The Williams car doesn't look too bad through this part of the track, as he does a 26 flat for the first sector, which is good. Loses the rear end a bit on the exit of turn 9, so that'll cost him probably a tenth and a half. And all rear end stepping out quite a bit through turn 11 and the exit of turn 11, so that'll cost him time. So Williams' car really struggling for grip through there. Alban, though, has done still a quicker first sector than Tsunoda and Gasly, which is interesting. We'll see how Tsunoda and Gasly, though, do compared to Alban in the middle sector, which is a lot more important. Well, actually, scrap that. It's not more important than the first sector. I'd say the final sector is maybe the most important. But, yeah. As Alban comes into the final 2 corners, car not really turning in massively to the penultimate corner. And not looking great through the final corner, but he comes to the line and does a 1:37.1, which is decent, but not going to see him get into Q3. So Alban is P1. As Yuki Tsunoda goes second, actually. Only a couple hundredths of a second slower. But, yeah, impressive for Alban to be ahead of Tsunoda there. Pierre Gasly, I think in a moment, is about to start a lap, or has he had to abort because of a mistake? We're seeing a replay now of him up to turn 1, and, yeah, locks the inside front and goes off the track. And has had to abort that lap, so we'll probably see his first attempt in a couple minutes' time. And actually, it was a double lock-up. So maybe the tyres were just not up to temperature. As the Red Bull just coming out the pit lane, came up right behind. And now we look at George Russell in the Mercedes, who starts his first lap in Q2. And through the first sector, the Mercedes car comes. And first sector's decent for the Mercedes, I'd say. 10th of a second quicker than Alban, as Sebastian Vettel has gone second. So Alban still quicker. Valtteri Bottas, though, is now ahead of Alban. And so is Zhou Guanyu. So, looking good there for Alfa Romeo. Bottas quickest from Zhou in second. Let me just quickly get that on screen. With, yeah, Alban in third and then Tsunoda fourth. And Lance Stroll is fifth. Sebastian Vettel has had his time deleted, I've seen. So that's not good for the 4 times world champion. So Stroll up to fifth. As here comes George Russell in the Mercedes, who interestingly has not done a purple sector, but he still goes way quicker than Valtteri Bottas. A second quicker than Bottas. Lando Norris only goes fourth for McLaren. Max Verstappen now goes to the very top of the timesheets by 0.4 of a second, which is a lot more like it for him. And now Charles Leclerc goes quicker than Verstappen by 0.5 tenth. And now Carlos Sainz comes to the line, but goes third, 3.5 tenths slower than Leclerc. Leclerc currently quickest on a 1:35.2, as Sergio Perez just does the purple final sector, but only goes fifth. So, let me just quickly do the order. So, your current top 10, it is Leclerc, P1 by 0.5 tenth from Verstappen, then Sainz third, Russell is in fourth. We just update this. So Sainz third, Russell fourth, and just a replay there of Vettel extending the track at turn 9, which caused him to get a penalty, or not a penalty, but to lose his time there. The Russell is fourth, with Perez fifth, and Hamilton in 6th, and then the rest of the top 10 at the moment, with almost 6 minutes to go in Q2. It is Alonso 7th, Bottas 8th, Zhou 9th, Lando Norris in P10. And then in the drop zone, it is Alban, Tsunoda, Stroll, Gasly, and Vettel. Alex Alban only 3/4 of a tenth away from Q3 at the minute. If he got into Q3, that would be something else. Because again, I don't think anyone coming to this Grand Prix expected him to be able to do something like that. Yeah, Leclerc, Verstappen, Sainz, Russell, Perez, Hamilton, Alonso, Bottas, Zhou, and Norris, the drivers currently heading into Q3. If Alfa Romeo got 8th and 9th in Q3, but if they just got both cars into Q3, that would be a superb result and exactly what they need at a crucial part of the season. But whilst we have a lull in the action, because everyone now coming back to the pits, I'm going to have a quick drink, guys, and I'll be back with you in just a second. Right, that should be better for now. And yeah, everyone in the pits with just under 5 minutes to go. I guess the only cars in the drop zone to look out for, Alban obviously to see whether he can keep up this impressive performance. But Gasly and Vettel, we need to see what they can do because obviously they haven't actually done a lap time yet. Gasly aborted his for a mistake and Vettel had his time deleted for track limit violations. Alex Alban, though, even if Vettel had done that time and had it, well, if Vettel had kept it, Alban still would have been ahead of Vettel. So, great job by Alex. As they're showing the broadcast helicopter there on the TV broadcast, as we've got Alex Alban, talking of the devil, on track. And yeah, Alex only needs, at the minute, 3/4 of a tenth to get into Q3. But obviously, with other drivers going to improve their laps, he'll need a bit more than that. I would say if Alban can get an extra 2 to 3 tenths out of his car in this final lap, then that might be good enough to get into Q3. But if he can only get like a tenth or so, he might just miss out. But it would be brilliant if he got in to Q3. And with Alonso and Leclerc's penalties, he'd probably be starting the race in, 8th place or something with Alban. So, yeah. The projected knockout time, according to AWS, is a 1:36.2, which is very ambitious because a 1:36.2 is, 8 tenths of a second quicker than where Alban is right now with his lap time. And he's in P11, so, yeah, I'm not sure that's going to be correct. But everyone on circuit now, except for the top 6. So, of course, Lewis Hamilton is about to come out on track. Maybe Russell will as well. But, yeah, the top dogs, Ferrari and Red Bull at least, not coming out onto track. Oh, no, I'm wrong again. Max Verstappen is on track, obviously wanting to get a run in. And he'll probably do a run on the tyres that he'll start Q3 on. As we enter the final 2 minutes, Lando Norris in P10 currently. And yeah, McLaren don't seem to be that quick today. As I was saying in the build-up, we haven't really seen much pace from them so far. And, Ricardo out in 17th. If Norris was to get knocked out here, that would be probably one of, if not their worst qualifying of the season. And now we're looking at Pierre Gasly, who is coming up to turn 1 for his final attempt in Q2. And, bit of a messy turn 1. Needed a second stab at turn 1 to get into the corner. Not a great start, but he has started the lap at least. What's his first sector like? It is a personal best, obviously, but he obviously hasn't done a lap so far in Q2. He has, though, at least gone a tenth of a second quicker than Vettel in the first sector, which is good. And Lance Stroll has done a very good first sector compared to Lando Norris in 10th. Stroll 0.3 of a second quicker than Norris. And actually, what's happened there? Alex Alban has completed his final lap that we didn't get to see and has gone 8th. And he's improved by 0.7 of a second, I think. What a lap by Alex Alban, and that might be good enough for him to get into Q3. What a lap by Alban. Currently in 8th as we tick down to 0 here in Q2. Here comes Gasly as Tsunoda goes 9th. Not sure if that'll be good enough. Pierre Gasly comes to the line. P10 it is. So he's out-qualified by his teammate. Here comes Sebastian Vettel. Can he get into Q3? For the moment, he can. He goes up to 9th position. So let me just update that. And Lance Stroll now goes 7th for Aston Martin. Lando Norris goes 9th for McLaren. So let me just update that quickly. And we're now waiting on Bottas, Zhou and Alonso. Valtteri Bottas now goes 9th and pushes Alban out of Q2. And now we wait to see what Fernando Alonso can do. And Alonso goes up to 7th place. Here comes Zhou Guanyu, who now goes 9th himself. So both Alfa Romeos, I believe, are in to Q3. We are waiting, though, on the Williams of Alex Albon. No, Alex Albon coming back into the pits. And I believe, yep, that is Q2 pretty much over and done with. And, well, we have got a surprise knockout in Q2. Let's just wait to see what Russell and Hamilton do with their final laps. Russell doesn't go any quicker. Lewis Hamilton comes to the line and goes up to 5th. The Q2, guys, is over and done with. Here are the drivers that will be in the top 10 shootout. Charles Leclerc, Max Verstappen, Carlos Sainz, George Russell, Lewis Hamilton, Sergio Perez, Fernando Alonso, Lance Stroll. Great job by Stroll, who is definitely improving in qualifying. As we've had a lap time deletion for Zhou Guanyu, who drops to 14th. What a disaster. Yeah, the top 8, they're into Q3. Valtteri Bottas, great job by him, bouncing back in qualifying and getting a vital top 10 for Alfa Romeo. And just about getting through, Lando Norris in 10th, meaning that knockdown Q2, Alex Albon, Sebastian Vettel, Yuki Tsunoda, Zhou Guanyu, and Pierre Gasly, who it says actually is in 13th. I'm not sure about that. Let me just quickly change that and put Zhou up to 14th. As Gasly saying, why do we keep having this problem? Turn 1 and turn 11, same weekend in a row. And yeah, very frustrated. Felt as though he could have got into Q3, but it wasn't to be. Yeah, the drivers knocked out, guys, in Q2. Alex Albon, Sebastian Vettel, Pierre Gasly, Zhou Guanyu, and Yuki Tsunoda. And now we wait for the shootout of Q3. And yeah, just a quick shout out. Great job by Lance Stroll and Valtteri Bottas to join the fight. Obviously, great job by Alonso and Norris as well. Q3, obviously, we had a 12-minute long session. I'll sync up the timer at the 11-minute mark. But let me know, guys, in the chat right now, who do you think will get pole position, or at least finish in first? Because obviously who starts on pole will be different from who finishes first, possibly, in this session. Will it be Leclerc finishing first, Verstappen, Sainz, maybe a Mercedes? Let me know in the live chat. I am still going to go for Max Verstappen because I still think they will have something in hand. And just looking on Twitter to see if there's any news I can quickly bring you guys. And no, don't think there's anything I can bring you guys news-wise. But let's see what you guys have to say. Who do you think's getting pole? Max, definitely Max, says Kyle. Jorge Martinez says Max. Miss Marquise, good to see you, says Staps, of course. Anders Ericsson says Sainz. Yeah, let's try and get some more predictions in chat. Again, let me know whether your opinion is any different from when, you know, we were coming into this session. And I'm just trying to see, again, if there's anything on Twitter news-wise I can bring you whilst we wait for Q3 to begin. Maswa says Max Red Bull is rock solid this year. Oki Mountain says Max Verstappen for pole. It's going to be close between Verstappen and Leclerc. There is no doubt about it. As I expected, as Triban says Leclerc for pole. And Kyle says Alex was unlucky. Yeah, a bit unlucky there, but great job by Alex. And with Alonso and Leclerc's penalties, he will probably, Alex, start 9th for tomorrow's race. So, great job by Alban. And well, if Perez ended up 6th, I think he'd actually start 8th with Alban. So yeah, great job by Alex. He'll definitely be starting the race in the top 10 tomorrow, because obviously Leclerc will have to drop outside the top 10 with his at least 10-place grid penalty. And that could lead to a points finish tomorrow for Alban. We know the Williams very hard to overtake. Quite frankly, impossible. And currently on the Sky F1 broadcast, they're just reviewing some footage about some of the cars. Hamilton, and now they're looking at Lando Norris, who had a massive tank slapper, or no, Ricardo, I think that was, who had a tank slapper through turn 7, I think that was. And now we await for Q3 to begin. Prank says Supermax. Dennis says Go Max. Paul James Squibb says Leclerc can give Sainz a tow on this course in Q3. I mean, it'd be worth it. Yeah, maybe. But even if Sainz gained a bit from the tow, I'm not sure Sainz has the pace to use that and actually get pole position. And to be honest, I don't think Leclerc or Ferrari are even interested in doing that. So, yeah. As George Russell now comes out of the Mercedes garage to start his first attempt. Maybe, you never know, at a second pole position in Formula 1. Obviously, his first pole position back in Hungary. And the session has started. Again, I will sync up the timing at the 11-minute mark. So in about just over 45 seconds time. As Bottas is on track, Norris is on track, Alonso's on track, and Verstappen, obviously car number 1. And we'll have to wait a couple minutes until we get to see what, obviously, Max Verstappen is able to do. In Q2, the quickest times we saw was 1:35.2. So remember that lap time, 1:35.2 in regards to this session and the first run. Because, if Leclerc, who did the quickest time of 1:35.2, if he doesn't go any quicker than that in the first run, then we know that he probably has a bit more time on the table. And I've actually, annoyingly, missed the syncing up point for the timing again. So I'll do it at the 10-minute mark in, just over 45 seconds from now. As we've got, I think Charles Leclerc in the Ferrari now on circuit as well. And here comes Lewis Hamilton now, who has had pole position many times here at the Circuit of Americas back in 2016, 17 and 18. And obviously has won here plenty of times and has won in America, I think 6 times in total. As George Russell will be one of the first drivers to start a lap here. And I'll get the timer on screen in 3, 2, 1. There you go. 10 minutes to go in qualifying. Let's see what the first attempts at pole position are like as George Russell starts his first attempt at said pole position. As he heads up to turn 1. And doesn't look to me to be pushing. No, he's not. He's slowed down. So obviously unhappy about something. Maybe the tyres are not warmed up correctly. But yeah, definitely was slowing up on the entry to turn 1 there. As Lando Norris has decided to send it. And he really is sending it through the first sector. And Max Verstappen on a flying lap as well. As Norris comes down to turn 11. And McLaren car looks maybe a slight bit jittery on the rear end, but looks okay. Max Verstappen, interestingly, has not done a purple first sector, when the only other people who've done the first sector so far are Russell, Alonso, Bottas, and Norris. So a midfield car has gone quicker in the first sector than him, which is surprising to say the least. As Lando Norris now comes into turn 15. And McLaren car looks a lot better in the slower corners, as it usually has done this season. The slower the speed, the better they are, as Verstappen does a very good middle sector. And Valtteri Bottas sets the first time of Q3, a 1:36.7, which isn't great, as Lando Norris goes a couple tenths of a second quicker in the McLaren. Alonso now goes 4 tenths of a second quicker in the Alpine. A brilliant lap from Fernando as Max Verstappen comes to the line, and a brilliant lap by Verstappen to get things going. A 1:35.0, the quickest time of the weekend so far. Russell has now, I think, started another flying lap as he's completed that extra warm-up lap. Leclerc, though, in the Ferrari, a purple first and second sector. As Perez and Sainz most likely going to be going behind Verstappen and Leclerc, as Leclerc now heads into the final corner. Someone else is in a purple middle sector, maybe Lewis Hamilton, as Leclerc comes to the line and does an absolute stonking lap of a 1:34.6, 4 tenths quicker than Verstappen, as Perez goes third. Carlos Sainz now goes second, ahead of Verstappen. So Carlos Sainz up to second, and 3.5 tenths quicker than Verstappen as Hamilton now goes third, ahead of Verstappen. So Red Bull really in trouble here. Only 4th and 5th so far, with Alonso 6th, Norris 7th, Bottas 8th. And then Russell is currently on a proper lap now. Let's see whether Russell could get in the mix there with the Red Bulls as he comes through the final 2 corners now. And looks okay. And now into the final corner. And George Russell only goes 6th, which is a bit disappointing, given where his teammate is. As Lance Stroll is on an outlap, so he'll do a lap in a moment. But currently, guys, it is Leclerc P1, Sainz 2nd, Hamilton 3rd, Verstappen 4th, Perez 5th, Russell 6th, Alonso 7th, Norris 8th, Bottas 9th, and Stroll in 10th. And again, we await to see what Lance Stroll can do. But if this was the end result now of qualifying, the starting grid for tomorrow would be Sainz on pole, with Hamilton 2nd, Verstappen 3rd, Russell 4th, and Norris 5th, Bottas 6th, I believe. So, yeah, what a top 6 on the grid that would be. And looking very good, you got to say, for Ferrari. Not quite sure why Verstappen ended up with the lap time he did there. Again, at the time of setting it, it was the quickest time of the weekend so far, but Ferrari just went way quicker. Sainz even was, 3/10 quicker. Leclerc, though, 4/10 of a second quicker than Verstappen. That is something we haven't seen in quite a while. Ferrari be that much quicker than their main rivals. As Red Bull there, I think of Max Verstappen has come back out again. Maybe Verstappen just needed, or maybe just needs, in general, an extra warm-up lap. So we're now looking at Lance Stroll, who's on probably his only lap of Q3. Very good middle sector. He's only half a second down on Leclerc. This may put him up to 6th or 7th place, Stroll. The track really improving in terms of its grip as he now comes through turn 16, 17, 18. Now into the final 2 corners. What can Lance Stroll do? Into the final corner he comes. And Lance Stroll comes to the line. And he goes 7th. What a lap by the Canadian. Lance Stroll, 7th on the grid currently. And he went 6/10 of a second quicker than Alonso. What a lap by Stroll. Either the track is really ramping up in terms of grip, or that was a stonker from Stroll. Superb effort there. And you never know, that might be too good for the cars behind to beat. And if Stroll finished up there with, Leclerc and Perez taking their penalties, Stroll would start 5th, I think, on the grid for tomorrow's race, which would be quite something. And, we'll see what Max Verstappen is doing in a moment, I'm sure. As now all the cars pile back out onto track. Can Max Verstappen actually make sure... Oh no, Verstappen is... he's come around the final corner and he's going slowly. I'm guessing he's doing an extra warm-up lap. As the two Mercedes now coming out of the garage and coming out of the pits. So Stroll, who just did that lap, he'll return to the pits. And you'll just have the top or the other 9 drivers on track now. But we are going to find out in the next 2 minutes who will finish up first, obviously, in this session, but who will actually start tomorrow's US Grand Prix on pole. Currently, like I said, it would be a Sainz-Hamilton front row with Sainz on pole if it finished up the way it is currently, with Leclerc taking a 10th place penalty and Perez taking a 5th place penalty. And that would certainly be a very interesting front row. Maybe that give Mercedes a very good chance of winning the race tomorrow. But we've still got one final run where things easily could change around, as we've seen plenty of times in Formula 1 history. As Charles Leclerc, is it? Yep, is just coming through to complete the middle sector on this outlap. As Lance Stroll has returned to the pits. What a brilliant job by him. And one thing I will say quickly with Stroll, definitely improving in qualifying. There's no doubt about it. He is getting a lot better in qualifying. And if he keeps making those improvements, I think Stroll could be a very, very handy driver for the future for Aston Martin. Especially if they improve that car. As here comes Charles Leclerc to the final corner. And he's just ahead of Carlos Sainz, so maybe he will provide a slight tow for the Spaniard. But Leclerc now begins his final attempt to keep P1 in this session. And he comes up to turn 1 now. And car looks very, very good, very well balanced through turn 1, which most cars are struggling with, as we've seen. Lewis Hamilton needs to make sure to complete his outlap because he's the checkered flag about to fall, and he does, thankfully. Leclerc 0.2 of a second quicker than he went before in the first sector. Sainz also doing a very good first sector. Perez did a good first sector as well. What has Max Verstappen done? He's about to complete the first sector, and it's good, but it's not anything special. It's not as good as Leclerc's. Leclerc a 10th quicker in that first sector. As Leclerc now down the long back straight into turn 12 as Bottas improves up to 9th place. And Max Verstappen now on the back straight. Leclerc 0.2 of a second up on his personal best, only slightly quicker than Carlos Sainz as Leclerc loses the car a bit through turn 14. As Lando Norris now goes up to 8th. Alonso has ended up 9th for some reason. Sergio Perez goes 2nd for Red Bull. Here comes Charles Leclerc. Can he keep P1 here in America today? He does, for now. 0.2 of a second quicker than he went before and still holds on to pole. Carlos Sainz, though, now goes quickest and on to pole position by 0.06 of a second. But Max Verstappen has done a purple middle sector. Can he now get pole? No, he can't. He ends up in 3rd. Verstappen will not start the race tomorrow on pole. And Hamilton has ended up 5th. He's not improved his final attempt. So Carlos Sainz has legitimately been the quickest driver today and has got pole position at the US Grand Prix of 2022, and he will start on pole tomorrow with Max Verstappen in 2nd. But let me just quickly read out the qualifying results before we get into what the actual grid will be for tomorrow's Grand Prix. So Carlos Sainz ends up on pole, Leclerc 2nd, Verstappen 3rd, Perez 4th, Hamilton 5th, Russell 6th, Lance Stroll 7th. What a job by Stroll. Norris 8th, Alonso 9th, Bottas 10th, and then Alban 11th, Vettel 12th, Gasly 13th, Joe 14th, Tsunoda 15th, Magnussen 16th, Ricardo 17th, Ocon 18th, Schumacher 19th, and Latifi in 20th. What a qualifying session we had there. That was a very, very good one, and a surprise one, thankfully. But guys, for the next 30 minutes at least, make sure to stick around, because I'll be sticking around to react to what has happened here in qualifying. Let me know what you thought of the battle for pole there and what you thought of the session in general. Let me know what you thought of certain driver performances such as, yes, Sainz, Leclerc, Verstappen, Hamilton, Stroll, Alban, Norris, Alonso, whoever. Let me know in the chat what you think of or what you thought of all of those performances, and give me your driver of the day today. My driver of the day would have to be Lance Stroll, because that lap was pretty special that he did to get up to 7th. But yeah, quickly, just want to confirm what the top 10 starting grid I believe will be for tomorrow's US Grand Prix, it will be, I'm pretty sure, Sainz on pole, Verstappen second, Hamilton third, Russell fourth, Stroll fifth, Norris sixth, Bottas seventh, Alban eighth, Perez ninth, Vettel 10th, and then maybe Leclerc 11th, or no, Gasly 11th, and then Leclerc 12th, and then Zhou 13th, Alonso 14th. Or no, Zhou's got a penalty as well, so it'll be Tsunoda, I think maybe. I'll have to figure out whatever the starting grid is for tomorrow's Grand Prix, but the top six, like I said, it'll be Sainz on pole, Verstappen second, Hamilton third, Russell fourth, Stroll fifth, and Norris sixth. That's the top six for tomorrow's US Grand Prix. But one thing I am going to do, guys, before I get to reacting to the session with you, is just quickly post a link for the stream out a couple more times, and then we'll get to what you guys are having to say in the chat. Let me just quickly post it on my community page. Come join us here to react to qualifying at the US GP, and I'll just quickly post it on Twitter as well. But make sure, again, to keep those comments coming and let me know what you thought of the battle for pole and who are your drivers of the day, or who is your driver of the day. Again, my driver of the day is Lance Stroll, because I thought the lap he did was just brilliant. Come join us here for instant reaction to qualifying. For the, obviously, US Grand Prix. And I'll just do a few hashtags and then I'll get onto your comments in the chat. So again, keep them coming because I will get into them very soon. I've just got to do some hashtags here quick. Let me just do... Yeah, there you go. That's good enough, I think. As Leclerc apparently saying on team radio that last corner was shit. That was shit. To be honest, I don't see why he's getting that upset. He's got a 10th place penalty anyway, so even if he got pole, he would have ended up pretty much the same place on the grid, so I don't really see why he's getting too upset. I mean, yeah, personal pride. He wants to end up getting, the quickest time. But yeah, pretty disappointed he sounds there. Anyway, let me know again in chat, guys, who your driver of the day is today and what you thought of qualifying there. Let me just scroll up a bit. And let me just try to find the comments and where they start from where qualifying actually finished. Paul James Scribb saying, well done, Sainz. Indeed. Lab Gorilla says, great quali by Ferrari. Unfortunately, off the line, he'll be beaten by Max Ferrari, who've made great quali cars and average race cars. Yeah, three of the last 4 US Grand Prix. The man in second has led into the first corner. So, I mean, yeah, great job by Sainz. Absolutely brilliant by him. His second pole position of the year. But it does feel a bit inevitable that, Verstappen is going to have him into turn one. The only way I think Verstappen doesn't at least have an attempt into turn one is if Max gets like a properly poor start straight away off the line. But if Max gets anywhere near alongside Sainz, he's going to send it. There's no doubt about it, because he knows Verstappen that if he sends it and gets into the lead, that he'll probably be able to hold on for a decent chunk of the race at least, even if Ferrari are quicker. in the race tomorrow. But Ferrari were, in the end, quicker than Red Bull. That's pretty clear to see. They were the quicker team. A lot quicker, actually, than I expected compared to Red Bull. I thought Ferrari would maybe... Well, coming into the weekend, I thought they'd be quicker in qualifying here, Ferrari, but I didn't think they would be, you know, finishing up first and second. And they will probably be regretting Ferrari taking a penalty with Leclerc here. Because if they didn't have an engine penalty for Leclerc, and they did legitimately have a front row lockout, even if Sainz didn't get a great start to the race, obviously Leclerc is the man in second, so they would still pretty much retain a 1-2 into the first corner. So, yeah, that's not great for Ferrari, but they've got a good chance of winning tomorrow. That's definitely possible. They've shown good pace here. The only problem is with Ferrari that we've seen in the last few Grand Prix is that they do eat their tyres up quite badly. We saw that at Japan with the intermediate tyres. They destroyed those inters, and if you actually go and view pictures of the intermediate tyres Leclerc had at the end of that race, they were almost slick tyres. The grooves were nearly gone on his tyres when Max Verstappen's inters looked like they were in pretty good condition. So that's going to be a worry for tomorrow's race. Obviously, my race preview tomorrow at 6 p.m. UK time, kicking off the race day action. I will, get into that and, the factor that might play in tomorrow's Grand Prix. But I think the best thing for the Grand Prix tomorrow is that thankfully we have a Grand Prix on our hands, because my worry is that Verstappen was going to be the one on pole and that he would, lead into turn one and would basically just run away with the race. But with Sainz on pole, if Sainz can hang on to the lead for the first lap at least, then I think we've got a race on our hands. And that is, exactly what we want. And if Mercedes, who are starting from third and fourth, if they've got good race pace, they seem to have decent quali pace today. If they've got better race pace like they normally do, they might be a factor tomorrow, especially if Carlos Sainz can hold Verstappen up and back him up into Hamilton and Russell. So we're going to have a very interesting race tomorrow. It's not going to be what I was fearing coming into this weekend, which was going to be a Verstappen, blitz, basically. Let me read out some more comments from you in the chat and see what you guys have to say. Paul James Squibb, Stroll starting in fifth. He seems to be coming good lately. Yeah, he's having some good results lately. Obviously finished in sixth in Singapore. He had a great start, obviously, to the last Grand Prix in Japan. And we know he is a great starter, Stroll. So if he has another great start tomorrow, could end up in third on the first lap. You never know. But what do you call it? Yeah, the Dutch Grand Prix. He had a very good weekend there and was a bit unlucky that weekend because he probably would have qualified on the fourth row of the grid, but ended up having technical issues. Almost got a point in Spa, I think, and had a decent race there. Had a points finish, I think, just before the summer break. So if you look at this season, and I am curious once I actually look at Lance Stroll's season at the end of the season, I think if you look back, Stroll has actually had a pretty good year, considering who his teammate is and how bad this car has been for, decent portions of the season. I mean, it's not a bad car at the minute. It's definitely a bit better now than it was, but, it's not been easy to drive, this Aston Martin car. Let me find some other comments here in the chat, if I can. Oh no, I've gone a bit too far. Jorge Martinez says yes. Also, surprisingly, Norris got a good position. Yeah, Norris did actually pretty well on reflection because Alonso looked like he was going to be probably 7th himself. But yeah, Norris 4th row of the. Well, he'll start on the 3rd row, obviously, in 6th because of the penalties for Leclerc and Perez. But yeah, to out-qualify Alonso was a very good effort for Norris because I don't actually think McLaren were quicker than Alpine today. Paul James Squibb says, looking forward to seeing how Alonso does in the Aston Martin next season. Yeah, definitely. If that Aston Martin does improve a lot next season, which it really should, then maybe they might be a bit of a dark horse for the next few years. You never know. Anders Ericsson says, Stroll did great, but Sainz made race day exciting. Definitely. Aaron Davis says, remember Ferrari has had reliability issues as has Red Bull, and something isn't quite right with Max today or the car. I am thinking, did the news of Dietrich Mateschitz' death before qualifying, did that affect things? Possibly. Yeah, I'm just thinking maybe that might have affected, his mindset going into qualifying. But we don't know. I mean, I'm sure they might even ask, did that maybe have an effect and take your mind to a different place than you would normally be? What chance for Hamilton to win tomorrow? A decent chance. I would still go Max Verstappen to win tomorrow because I think, if you look at this season, Verstappen and Red Bull have just been so good on race day. But Mercedes have got a decent chance, and with Leclerc and Perez's penalties, yeah, they've got a bit more of an open goal for tomorrow. Right, let me find some more comments here in chat. Hamer James Rofe, I think it is, says Sainz was my driver of the day. Lab Gorilla says I give Sainz a 5% chance of victory. I wouldn't give him that low a percent, a chance, but still, for me, Verstappen is the favourite to win tomorrow, and him having 2nd on the grid is still advantageous for the lead into the first corner. But Ferrari, they were quicker today, and they've got a decent chance. There's no doubt about it. Let me try and find some other comments here in the chat if I can. Max is more likely to win, says Jorge. Besides his great starts, Ferrari has consistently missed or messed up strategies. Yeah. Got to remember that as well. And like I said a few times this weekend, with the tyre choice from Pirelli, it's probably going to be a 2-stop race tomorrow. So that will obviously, more stops causes more chance for a fuck up from the Ferrari team. So we'll see what happens in regards to that. Looking forward to see the race, absolutely. Will Hamilton start tomorrow? Hamilton will start 3rd. And yeah, Russell will be in 4th. And someone actually just posted on Twitter what they think the grid should look like. So I'll read it out. The grid, we think, is going to be Sainz on pole, Verstappen 2nd, Hamilton 3rd, Russell 4th, Stroll 5th, Norris 6th, Bottas 7th, Alban 8th, Perez 9th, Vettel 10th, Gasly 11th, Leclerc 12th, Tsunoda 13th, Alonso 14th, Magnussen 15th, Ricardo 16th, Ocon 17th, Schumacher 18th, Zhou 19th, and Latifi in 20th. That's what the grid we think should be tomorrow. But until until we get official confirmation, I won't say that is absolutely for fact that that's what the grid is. Just looking on Twitter to see if there's any other news. Quick. No, can't see anything. Let me read or come back to your comments in chat. Menho says, not a bad chance to be on the podium for sure. To be honest, if Mercedes don't get a podium from 3rd and 4th on the grid, I think they'd be very disappointed. I don't think Leclerc and Perez are going to have the type of pace to come back and like easily get a podium. So really, they should be getting Mercedes a podium at minimum. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. And of course, Red Bull can win the constructors title tomorrow. They need to outscore Ferrari by 19 points to win the constructors championship. And as it stands, if they finished the race tomorrow with the grid order, you know, Verstappen in 2nd, Perez 9th, Sainz on pole, Leclerc in 12th, then Ferrari would score 25 points and Red Bull would score 20. So it'd have to go on until Mexico. And then I think definitely in Mexico, Red Bull would get the job done. I think they'd only need to score like a few points themselves to get the actual championship won. But yeah, thankfully we are in for an exciting race tomorrow, because I was worried that tomorrow was just going to be another, you know, Max Verstappen leads and destroys everything in sight type race. Is the Mercedes still slow on the straights? Yeah, but it depends really on the setup they go for. So, yeah, they've improved on it for sure. But I'll have to look at the data, which obviously I will for my race preview tomorrow. I'll look through the data to see what the sector times were like, where, you know, time was lost and gained for certain drivers and teams, and obviously get into speed trap data as well to look at who, you know, to look at or look out for in the race itself. See you tomorrow, Loud Gorilla. Cheers for coming around, and yeah, hopefully see you tomorrow. And what I'm probably going to do, guys, is read out probably a few more comments, and then I'm going to come to the end of the stream because I'm pretty tired. It is almost 12:30 at night, 12:30 a.m. almost, and I've been going obviously for 4.5 hours. So I'll read out probably, yeah, a final few comments, and then I'll come to the end of the stream. Grandmaster Yoda says Ferrari tyre deg will grant Max the win. Sadly, yeah, that could be the case. Max is more likely to win, says Jorge, besides his... Oh no, I already read that one out. Cheers for posting it though. I just subscribed. Good content, thanks. No problem. What time is the race start tomorrow? 8 p.m. UK time. I will be going live 2 hours exactly before the race starts at 6 p.m. UK time. So yeah, if you just join my stream before the race starts, then yeah, you'll know when it starts because I'll have a countdown to the race and all of that. And as Ericsson says, I'll say thanks for now. This old chap will hit the feathers. Nice live, Chaz. Thanks, no problem. And yeah, Eric says it's over here in Finland. It's past 2 a.m. at night. Credit to you for you know, being so dedicated as a Formula One fan. And just looking to see if there's any other bits of news I can bring you guys on Twitter, and I can't see anything else. And no, can't see any other news on Twitter. No problem, Menho. Gracias to Henry Moll, I think it is. And he also said earlier, piece of cake tomorrow for Max. Yeah, it still could be. It still could be an easy race tomorrow. If he does get into the lead and then pulls out a couple second gap, it could be a comfortable race for him. But we, of course, and that's the beauty of race starts in F1, we don't know what's going to happen. Max Verstappen could fall back to 11th on the grid after having, a very poor start. Same thing could happen to Sainz. We could have a massive crash that causes, hopefully, obviously, no one to be injured or anything, but it could cause a lot of the top cars to be out of the race, and then us to have a bit more of a thrown up, mixed up order. So yeah, we'll see what happens. And right, so the final comment I'll read out quickly from Jorge Martinez is my podium prediction: Max, Russell, Sainz in that order. And Eric says, I hope all 4 drivers who drive for the Red Bull brand do well tomorrow. And yeah, it would be nice, to be honest, if they did do well, obviously, for what's happened to their owner and co-founder. And again, rest in peace to him. But guys, thank you very much for coming along to qualifying day and for my stream for qualifying day for the last, 4.5 hours or just over. And again, tomorrow I'll be live at 6 p.m. UK time, firstly for the race preview until 7:30 p.m. And then from 7:30 p.m. UK time until 10 p.m. I'll be live for the race watch along. The race starts at 8 p.m. UK time, just so you guys know. And then for at least an hour after the race finishes, I'll be reacting with you guys to the events of the 2022 United States Grand Prix. And as well, on Monday, I'll be live to cover a lot of the F1 politics we've seen this weekend. But make sure to join me tomorrow for that. And if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. For everyone still watching, don't forget to smash that like button to help the channel grow. And as well, don't forget to follow me on Twitter at ChazHD5 and join my Discord server, link below in the description, to keep up with the content on this channel. But guys, until 6 p.m. UK time tomorrow for my race preview for the 2022 US Grand Prix, it has been me, ChazHD. Goodbye.